Hello. Here we go. We'll do it live. Gonna have to break out all the memes today. It is the last Takeover Tuesday, the Takeover Tuesday finale. And the day before my birthday. So it's a good day to end on. Let me get my chair adjusted. I've got an older chair that slowly sinks down over the course of the day. And I get lower and lower. Let's do this a little bit. Ooh. Okay. All right. Thank you, Galaxy. Oh, we got a lot of people in here. Thank you, thank you. We got Yuki, Great Dane, Jack, Daniel, Hawk, Galaxy Flakes, Loney Row. How do I get you to look at mine, Cole? Well, we'll do a wheel. We're spinning a wheel, so it's a random thing. A random thing. Is that how you say happy birthday in Danish? Yeah, nice. Pull the Crixia and Nell. Yes. Are they good? Yeah. I'm going to try to do multiple takeovers today. Yes, Jack. All right. So, yeah, this is just my main account doing some, I got to burn through some energy here. So I've got, I'm running Dragon 20. There's a nice little, I guess, I don't know if it's nice or not. So, but it coincides. I'm on the Ramontu mission. I think it's a Ramontu mission. It might be a Marius mission. I don't care which is which. I don't pay that close attention. Where I have to get 20 mythical pieces of gear, artifact drops. And so there's a dragon tournament going on with the dungeon divers, with the fusion event, plus the extra drop rate for speed. So I figure I'd farm Dragon 10 hard mode and try to do all of those things simultaneously. Now, this is not my fastest team, but this is the team that gets it basically at 100% or as close to it as possible. I think in let's say it's done 1,000 runs at this point, it's failed like 3 times. So it's more than 99%, but it's not 100%. My fast team, which clears it in I want to say it clears the whole thing in about a minute 40, maybe a minute 30. Maybe it's a little bit faster. I think it's about there, about a minute 30, minute 40. I think my fast team is only maybe 90%. I probably lose about 1 in 10. And so I'm just running this to burn through some energy. I think this one it's between 220 and 230, something like that. Pretty typically. So, it's 30 seconds. Oh, maybe it's faster than that. Yeah, it's under 2 minutes. Okay, so my best was 51. That's my fastest team, but that's not my fast team. Maybe it is. Let me think about it. Is my fast team 51? No, I think my fast team is what did I say? A minute 20, minute 30? I think that's the fast team. But I don't know. I don't pay that much attention to this stuff anymore because it's been a while since I've made these solutions. And I should probably revisit them now that I have more champions. Let me get my screen all set up here. Okay. Nizibutu, hello, happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate it. The official day is tomorrow, so I'm still technically in my 40s for one more day. I turn 50 tomorrow. Himbo, good to see you. Earthstrong is the Jamaican way. Alex, good to see you. Raphael, thank you. All right, let's start this off with a poll. Let's get going right away. We got to start a poll. We got to have some boxes and boxes. So, oh, and I also have to link this in in the Discord, but just give me a sec. All right, here we go. All right, there's our poll. Now let me get this posted. It always takes a little bit of a dance here to do this. I don't know why. Ooh, Godforge has some cutscenes out. Oh, my Discord is down. That's why. All right. It was already posted. Okay. Let's get back to chat for a second. Cole Pigloni. Hey, John Hodgson. Thank you very much. David Knight, thank you. Caveman, good to see you. Yeah, it is the end of an era. It is the end of an era. Been a long run here with Takeover Tuesdays. We've done like 70 of these, maybe. I don't know. I didn't number them episodically. Maybe I should have. Joshua Lynch. Verso, good to see you. Jan Eric, thank you. Pen Moy, thank you. Joe Clemente, I'm sorry, buddy. I hope you win it today. What will I do with all my newfound spare time? I don't have spare time, Daniel. The reason this has to go is because I need to get some time back in my week between the baby and my wife at work and trying to do this job and my other job and family stuff and like all what's really the overwhelming. Hey, Alex, thank you. The overwhelming thing is that when you have a young child, and a lot of you already know this, but this is new to me. When you have a young child, there's all the extra stuff that you have to like fit into your week. So you have to go to the pediatrics appointments, or maybe he gets sick and then you have to schedule an extra appointment. There's his teeth are coming in, so he's got to go to the dentist to make sure everything's lined up. We've got school interviews, to go to and parents, prospective parent nights and stuff like that. And then we have our own doctor's appointments and, it's like, and you're trying to figure out how to do everything. And we're trying to do it without daycare. That's the hardest thing, right? So he doesn't go to daycare. He's with us 100% of the time. And yeah, it's just really, to say to my wife, hey, I'm going to take 5 hours on a Tuesday from, basically 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every week. It's just not possible anymore. It's just not possible. So this is going to be the last one. And, I'm still going to live stream, but I'm probably going to live stream periodically, just spontaneously. There'll probably be short live streams between like 90 minutes and like maybe 3 hours if they're late at night or something like that. And it'll just be fun stuff. Maybe I'll do some takeovers. So, there's still a chance of takeovers somewhere along the line. It's just not going to be Takeover Tuesday. So I'm not going to be live streaming, this big block of time in the middle of my week. Can't do it. Can't do it. I wish I could, but I can't. Eric, Letty just joined. Are you done? No, I'm not done. First of all, the live stream just started. Second of all, the channel's not going anywhere. But this live stream series of Takeover Tuesday is ending today. So, yeah. Thanks, Joe. Welcome to 50. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I need to get you an update on the slow roll. Or maybe your kid's mom has to get away and you are it. Yeah, she's a powerhouse. She's awesome. My wife is a fantastic mom and partner, and she's just a dynamo. She really gets a lot done. And she supports me, I support her. We try to do our best together, but the fact of the matter is it's just a challenge. Just a challenge. I think everybody goes through it when they have their first kid, trying to figure out all the things you need to figure out. Yeah, Daniel, so he's enrolled in a school for September. So he'll be about 17 he'll be about 17 months at that point. And so we'll feel relatively comfortable at that point, with him going. We really like the school. It's a Montessori school, which is nice. My wife actually went to Montessori when she was a kid. I did not, but I went to a similar kind of thing for a little while. My mother was a teacher, so she actually taught in not a preschool. Yeah, I guess a preschool for a little while. But yeah, so we got to get from here to there. And then I'll get a little bit more time in my day, but that's, we're talking about 6 months out. So actually more than that. What are we talking? No, it's about 6 months out. Your son just turned 14. High school next. Well, I teach high schoolers. That's the age range I feel most comfortable with. High school and college kids, grad students. Like 12 to 29. Like that's my range. That's sort of my range. Your first live stream, I'm glad you could catch it. Ken Chen, you built a Rathalos, 2 Maneater, Skullcrusher, and Geomancer. This morning was working on Spirit. Now it's not working. I changed the build on one of the Maneaters because the hat was but the speed the same. Sometimes it's a fractional speed difference. It can literally be like a quarter of a speed, and all of a sudden it changes the turn order or something. You really have to plug it into the calculator and triple check it and make sure, all of that stuff. Yeah, I'll do paid takeovers still. I have not done paid takeovers really in the last couple of months because I've been struggling with all of this stuff. So I know people have reached out and I've just been dodging it because honestly, it's like I'd like to do it. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy getting paid for it. That's nice too. But yeah, it's just been it's been a little bit tricky recently. We had a real string of illnesses in my family between Thanksgiving and like 2 weeks ago. Somebody in the house was sick continuously for 3.5 months. So it feels like we're all coming out of that with spring coming. Hopefully that'll be less of a thing as well. And so, yeah, I'm hoping to get back into takeovers. I'm hoping to get this kind of YouTube's schedule regulated, so that I can be a little bit more predictable in my content uploads and stuff like that. I appreciate that, Zen. Okay, Eric. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I typically get sick once a year, and this year I've been sick like 4 times. And I think most of it has to do with the fact that, like, one, we get no sleep. That was the other thing that's happened recently is he went through another sleep regression. So, and it's been bad. It's been really, really tough. Like, horrible. Um so we get a lot less sleep, so I think, that makes us susceptible. And then of course, kids and germs. So, thank you, Artak. Good to see you. No, I don't think so, Shocked. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen today. In fact, there's going to be a rule for today that anybody who's ever won a takeover before, we're going to let all new takeovers, only new takeovers today. The last like 2 or 3 takeover, live streams, we had repeats. Now, they were within the rules, right? The idea was like, I reset at the new year and all that stuff. But for today specifically, no repeat takeovers. If you've ever won one before, we're going to give away new takeovers today. So people who have never won before are winning today. That is absolutely going to be the case. So thank you, Midi. I appreciate it. I'll try, Zen. Well, Eric, we're glad to have you in the live stream. Yeah, so why don't we go through it and we'll get started. Let me see. Let me get in my Discord. Okay. So here's the way this works. You need to be a member of the Discord community to be eligible for the free takeover. There is a link in the description of this live stream to that Discord. Sometimes it doesn't work for some people, and that's usually got to do with like an ad blocker or an antivirus software or something. That's not because the link is dead. The link is live and it works. It's just sometimes people get locked out for that reason. So once you're a member of the Discord community, on the left-hand side, where you have all the different channels, you just want to scroll down until you find an area that says the coaching corner. In the coaching corner, there is a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. All right. Now, there's a message there that says, react to this message for your chance to win a free takeover. I am clearing that message right now. So if you want a takeover, you just need to react to that message. You can react to it once or 100 times. You're only going to be entered once onto the wheel. But remember, the rule here is if you have ever won a takeover before, please do not enter for today. We want brand new, never before winners to get their takeovers on the last day here for the finale. So just be aware of that. Be aware of that. So if somebody happens to enter and they've won before, we're just going to have to spin it again. All right. So when we're ready, what I'll do is I will spin the wheel and that'll pick our winner. Now, if you're a winner, I'm going to give you a new role for you to join me in the voice channel. So I'm in a voice channel right now called the Coaching Voice. You're going to see it once I give you the role. You're just going to jump into that channel. You're not going to be able to use your microphone, but you will be able to hear me in real time because there is a delay on the live stream. It's about 10 or 15 seconds. So you want to go ahead and mute your live stream, and then you can hear me in the voice channel in Discord. And then I'll send you a DM, and you want to send me back your login information, and then also whatever kind of takeover that you are interested in pursuing. Send me that information as well. And yeah, that should be it. I think that's everything. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in chat. I'm sure other people can tell you, what's going on in terms of the rules. Does it go for person or account? It goes for person. It goes for person, John Hodgson. So, yeah. Yeah, it just says react to this message, and it's so any of the icons, you can just kind of right click on it, or not even click on it, you just hover over it, and you go to the add reaction option and add any kind of reaction. So you can see people are throwing in flags or hearts or, shards, whatever they want. I am currently on my account. I will be on your account, not the other way around. You're not taking over my account. I'm taking over your account. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes just for people who are maybe not familiar with the system to ask their questions. they need to. And again, just a reminder, this is for people who have never won before, ever, on any account. Okay? So no repeats today. We're going to give away, hopefully, 3 brand new takeovers. Can't go super late today. That's one of the reasons why I'm shutting down this thing in the first place. But I'm going to try to be efficient. So the takeovers may be a little bit shorter. Just a quick reminder about Gear Cleanse takeovers. I'm capping those at, I'll call it 20 minutes today. So no more than 20 minutes on a gear cleanse. I'll kind of do a mini cleanse, talk you through what I would do, and then we could do something else on the account. So if you want to do a mini gear cleanse and then like an arena team or something, we could do that. Yeah. How is my free to play right now? Well, it depends. If you're talking about my main, this is my main account. All of my accounts are free to play. So I've never spent a dime on this game on any of my accounts. And again, that's not really a critique of people who spend. It's not intended to be that. It's a critique of Plarium. I don't want to give Plarium my money, which is kind of funny because I support the game. I give them enough support, I think. I've made them enough money that I don't need to actually reach into my wallet and pay them. But yeah, I'm going to have to pull some shards today. I think today. Maybe not today. Let's see. We don't have not today. I'm not pulling today. I've got to wait until the weekend, right? It's Friday. Yeah, okay. My sense of time is messed up. I'm not pulling shards today. Don't pull shards today. Avoid this progressive chance. I've got some legendary fragment champions for the champion chase in a couple of weeks. But the next event this weekend would be a summon rush. I'm back up to 24 sacred shards, which feels good. That feels good. Let me get myself out of the way before we do this. I'll move myself over a little bit. People can see stats and stuff. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Cheez It. Thank you, Jay Turnley. You don't need to do anything else, Emily. That's it. Okay, let's see. Let's check out the poll. Are you going for the Lord Fabian Fusion? Yes, on my main account, only 73%. Yes, on every account I have, 10%. Nope, and you can't make me 16%. There are always people who... There are some people who just are, I need to skip a fusion. I get. I need to skip fusions, even if they're good fusions. And then there are other people who are just like, I don't do fusions. Shock is one of those. I don't do fusion. Why not? Great champion. But, okay. Can't make you. I can't do it. Should you sell Asme to try and get Maud or keep Esme? Keep Esme. Absolutely. Maud is fine. Like, she's solid, but she takes too long to get, and she's not a game-changing champion. Like, by the time you can get her, you don't really need her that bad. At least in my estimation. Might be different for some people. All right, so let's go ahead and spin this wheel. I'm going to give everybody 30 seconds to react if they haven't yet reacted. You don't react to me. You don't send me a DM. Okay? That's not how this works. What you do is you go to the channel in my Discord. It's called the Wheel of Takeover. Okay, you hover your mouse over that, or, if you're on a phone, I don't know what you do on the phone. You go to, when you hover over it, there's a little thing that pops up with like thumbs up and a smiley face and whatever. You go to the little grayed out face where it says add reaction. You click on that and you literally add any reaction. It doesn't matter what reaction you pick. So don't react to me. Don't send me a DM. Don't do anything else. Just go to the channel, go to the message, and add a reaction there. I'll give everybody another 30 seconds to figure that out just in case. Oh, Ian. Well, that's nice. Thanks for being here. I agree. I agree. Reagan, you're gonna want this champ. Yeah, he's gonna be highly annoying. We're all gonna be living with him for the next 2 years. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. Yeah, so just real quickly, this is my 3.5 year. It's more. It's three and I'm closing in on 4 years, I think. When will it be 4 years? Maybe like April or May, something like that. Let's see. What's remember August? Yeah, so probably like the end of April or the beginning of May, it'll be 4 years. And the pace of growth on this account has been relatively slow for the last 2 years because of me doing the YouTube channel. But let's see. How many? I'm 162 6-star champions at this point. Not all of them are built. So how many are built? Somewhere around 140. Not all of these are booked. Not all of them are masteried. But they're all 6 stars. But I probably play this game with somewhere in the vicinity of like 40 champions. I would say that's enough. I would say I run around 40 champions. I probably run I run 5 rares, maybe like 10 epics, and then 25 legendaries. Something like that is where most, like 99% of my game comes from that. And there have been champions I've added to the rotation, but then other champions fall out, So it's like I've added Sulfurion. Where is Sulfurion? I've added Sulfurion recently, so he's in more rotations, but that means Artak has fallen out of heavy rotation, right? Because Sulfurion is a little bit better than Artak, although Artak is still used in a lot of places. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and spin this wheel. Good luck to everybody. Remember, it's first time winners only. No repeat winners are going to be accepted here. How are the stats on my Ninja? I don't know. I haven't rebuilt Ninja in like 2 years. Oh, that's not true. I did put him in Merciless, 6-piece Merciless recently. The stats are okay. You don't really need anything on Ninja except the accuracy, and my accuracy is too low. So, yeah, he could use a rebuild, but he's in a clan boss team, and so I basically haven't rebuilt him. That's really all I use him for is the clan boss team. Zaf! Congrats. All right. We were talking about a takeover, Zaf. So, let me give you some Discord roles so you can join me in the voice channel where I am right now. Let me just do that. There's one. And there's the other. Okay. So you can join me in the coaching voice right now and just DM me what kind of takeover you are looking for. And also your login information. All right, we should start a new poll. I guess we got to end this poll to start a new poll. Okay. All right, new poll. We got to have boxes and boxes. All right. Also, if you're a member, spam some emotes. Let's get some emotes in here. Let's like this stream. Let's get this stream pushed out to more people. All right, I got the information here, the login info, so let me get that rolling. Okay. There they are. I see them coming in now. All right. Get some emotes going. You're coming up on your 240 days in-game. Really looking for an account overview, where to focus next. Not stuck per se, but I'm really not sure where to focus my effort. Feels like I'm spreading myself a bit thin at the moment. Yeah, entirely possible. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. I'm loving it. Some deep dwarf squats. That's such a weird meme. Ask Beat Monk, what exactly is a takeover? I've seen several times in different places. So I basically play your account. Like, you hand your account to me, I take it over for a couple hours and try to help you improve. Give you some feedback on what's going on here. You're one of those? Oh no! Oh no! Oh Zaf! Oh Zaf! The red dots. The red dots. Okay. So let's take a look at the account. You said you're coming up on 240 days, I think? You are? You're at 235. Perfect. Got 500 energy coming tomorrow. That'll be useful. And unfortunately, this champion will be coming during a summon rush, not a champion chase. But you are account level 82, which is nice. Let's take a look at the roster. We got 38 6 stars. That's a lot. That's a lot for 240 days. That's some good progress. You do have a mythic champion, Androck. Androck the Glorious. Yeah, he could be key to your account. So I would consider focusing on him. I don't have him, but he can be used to very good effect. You use him in a lot of places. So let's check out the champions that you do have. But you have a 5-star soul on Ascilla the Drakes. That's pretty awesome. That's actually pretty awesome. All right. You've got the Cheshire Cat with a 5-star soul. Very nice. Bit on the slow side. Especially for a Cheshire Cat who wants speed. Okay, Arbiter, 300 speed. That's decent. Misha is really nice champion. Really nice champion. Venus, Mishinaki, Ethos. Ethos is awesome. Such a beast. Ethos is just silly. I love me some Wither the Crown. She's really good champion. Geo, you have a Demitha. Looks like you might be speed tuned for a Demitha Eris Myth Air team. Yeah, Myth Air team. Okay. Sorry, I want to check the clan boss.
All right, so you've got a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. It looks like about 65 million here. I don't know if that was Spirit or Void, but let's assume it was Spirit. So you're probably 1-keying on Magic Affinity, I'm assuming, and then 2-keying everywhere else or something like that. And then you've got a nice solid 1-key for Nightmare. And so, yeah, you're getting the top, 6 chests, which is great. That's awesome. I just read my my poll. How sad are you to see Takeover Tuesday end for goo? Not goo, for good. Typo on the box in the box, and I can't change it. I can't change it. It's like a red dot you can't click. Oh, that's awful. Okay, so how are we doing on Hydra? Are you running Hydra? 7.82 million here on normal. 13.74 million with 2 keys on hard. Okay, so we could use some Hydra work, probably. I don't think you have your Mithrala yet, right? So Mithrala would be a good focus. Mithrala is a very good champion, can really do good things for your account. Let's look at some other champions you could think about building. Ooh, you've got the Knave of Hearts. Nice. Got the Knave of Hearts and the Cheshire Cat. You don't happen to have the Queen of Hearts, do you? Because that would be a full sweep. Herndig. I love Herndig. Still want Herndig. Yeah, you're getting 8 plus frags a week, so that's not too bad. Yeah, so one of the things that, like, you're in this place now with this account where in order to improve your account, you have to take on specific challenges one at a time. That's really the area that you're going, like, you want to say, I've got my clan boss situation solved, so let me solve something else. Let me solve, Dragon 20 hard mode or something. 20 hard mode, Dragon 10 hard mode. Let's see where you are, like with the hard modes here. Yeah, so like this could be something you say, okay, I'm going to solve this because I want to keep pushing my gear to the next level. And so more speed gear here from hard mode Dragon would be a nice step in a positive direction. You could focus on Iron Twins. If you need to get stage 15s done, you could look for some speed tunes maybe, or some teams that you might be able to, do this with, and then build for this particular fortress and then start getting souls on more champions. That's another way to improve. You could definitely look at Sand Devil's Necropolis. Think about getting to 25 here and be like, oh, well, now I can start empowering the gear that I have, and that's another good way to add stats, and that can help me do the other things. You don't need to do all of these, and there's no right or wrong answer. It's kind of what you want to do, or even maybe you could just figure out what's the easiest for you based on where your roster happens to be. Let's take a quick look at faction crypts. So you're getting close. 719 out of 719 out of 730. That's just for this one, and then there's a whole nother thing. So not that close, but not that far. So you could also think about when you have a faction crypt like Ogren tribes. You're like, okay, well, do I have the potential to push further? So oh, you already did these keys today. Okay, all the keys are gone, so we can't really look here. But let's go to For this, we'll just go to Ogren. So yeah. So, you have some good champions here. Do you have enough? Do you want to invest in these? Now, stock is definitely worth taking to 6 stars, and he could do a lot of it all on his own, but then it's like, who do you support him with if you're not really investing in these champions? By the way, this is a decent rare. Michaelis is decent. You can always put Roughstone in a stun set. He's got an AoE 1. So there are ways to get further in here. But, maybe that just doesn't feel as rewarding as doing something else. So, hey, Darn, good to see you. So, and thank you for the birthday wishes. So, yeah, I think there are areas, and like you said, you're spreading yourself too thin. And what you need to do is sort of consolidate. You need to start saying, I'm going to build a champion for this specific thing, or, I'm going to build a team for this specific thing. Let's see. You have a Godseeker Aniri. So you have a solution for Sand Devil's Necropolis. You can use her with almost any damage dealer. The better the damage dealer, the faster the run. I would say, I don't see, let's see. I think I saw a Chronum, right? So you have a Chronum at 5 stars. So like Chronum's not bad, although he's weak affinity at 25. Maybe Tunisia? She has an HP burn, but she doesn't activate. Yeah, I don't know who I would use, honestly. Maybe Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat can actually solo it, I think. Whenever this champion is about to receive a hit that would drop their HP below 20%, blocks the incoming damage and places block damage and Perfect Veil on this champion for 1 turn. So I think with this passive, Cheshire Cat can actually solo all of Sand Devil's Necropolis. So that might be worth considering. That's something you'll have to watch a video on. I don't know how to do that build. I'm sure it's a specific speed tune. But you have a 5-star soul, which means you could swap this over to Brimstone if you wanted, or you could keep the Crushing Rend, and you could build him for solo. And in that build, he might also do well for other content. I don't know, because I don't know what the build requires. If it's a regen build, then probably not so much. But if it's, something a little bit more damagey, then you could probably get away with that. Otherwise, you just pick like a Cold Heart. Use like a Cold Heart or a Royal Guard. Somebody who has a max HP hit. I'd probably use Cold Heart. That would be fine. That'd be a very good choice. It's not going to be fast, but with Godseeker Aniri and Cold Heart, you could get all the way to stage 25. In fact, let me see. Your Godseeker Aniri. Where is she? Because she's unbuilt. What do we have going on here? You got some silver. We don't have gear enhancement event till tomorrow, which is really unfortunate. That always happens. Seems to always happen on Takeover Tuesday. It's like the gear enhancement or the free gear removal or whatever is always like a day away. So, but we could theorize a build for her. Let's theorize a build for her. Let's see if you have the gear. Is she Master-Read? She is. I don't see any particular problem with those masteries, but not optimized, but that's okay. She's booked. Yeah. So let's see. Let's see if we could get her a decent build here. Let's look for regen first. No regen. But immortal. The wretch, the rare wretch. Thanks, Exarth. I appreciate it. Great Dane says we need more players in our clans. We do. We have open spots in our cluster. So if anybody's looking for a new clan, definitely give us a shout. Come check it out. You can find it in the Discord. There's a whole area. You don't have any decent regen gear. Well, we will see. We'll see. You've got 2 decent pieces. So yeah, you could definitely use some help there. So I think that you're a little bit away from a build here for this particular duo. That's okay. Just focus on getting yourself some regen gear. So next time there's a 2 times on regen. Where's regen from? I think it's Fire Knight. So next time, we just had a 2 times regen like last week. So there might not be one for a little while. No, we had Savage, and then before Savage we had regen. So maybe it was 2 weeks ago. So the next time, regen comes around, you want to grab, get into Fire Knight's Castle, farm up some regen gear. It could take a little while, like this is something that happens. You have some other options, but this is definitely the best. So I would consider focusing on this. Keep an eye out. Anytime you have to do a Fire Knight tournament, consider that. If you can overspend a little bit of energy to do like stage 24 instead of stage 20, that's going to get you slightly better drops at a loss of efficiency, but it might be worth it, just to have that extra chance of a 6-star, or an extra chance at the higher rarity, so think about that. Thank you, Nath. I appreciate it. Farming Dungeon Hard 1 still better than normal 20. So, yeah, I'm in that situation right now with my challenge account on Dragon, right? Stage 20 is the most efficient for dungeon divers or tournament points. So whether you're doing like, let's say in this case, a Fire Knight tournament or a Dungeon Divers tournament, and you're doing Fire Knight. In both cases, stage 20 of the normal dungeon is the most efficient. The second most efficient is stage 24. And then stage 25 through hard mode 10 is really inefficient. It's just much less efficient. I mean, significant. It's like 20% less efficient at start. But hard mode 10 is the best, right? Of those 11 stages, stage 25 takes 20 energy, and then all of the hard modes take 20 energy. So out of those 11 stages that all take 20 energy, obviously if you can do hard 10, that's the best. At hard 10, you're giving up something like 20% efficiency compared to stage 20. But you double your best drop rates. Like your likelihood of getting a 6-star legendary or better piece, meaning like a mythical, is so much higher. So much higher. I was just doing the math on that a couple of days ago. Let me see. I might be able to pull it up. I'm going to do a video on this. But so, So your chance of a 6-star legendary, 5-star, or 6-star mythical is it's almost 11%. It's almost 11% at stage 10 hard mode. Right? Whereas if you go down to stage 20, yeah, I don't have all of it here, unfortunately. But if you go down to stage 20, your chances of getting a legendary, just a legendary, I think is 7.5%. And then your chance of getting a 6-star, I think, is 35%. So what's 35% of 7.5%? Roughly under 3%. So you go from a 3% chance to an 11% chance, right, for the best drop. So it's a significant increase. It's a significant increase. And if you don't mind being a little bit inefficient on energy, it's the best place to farm in terms of improving your gear. Thanks, Darn. I appreciate it. But so getting into Fire Knight, and regen is good for a lot of champions that you have too. So if we go back to your roster, like I love having regen on Wither the Crowned. She can solo a lot of content. She can actually solo a whole lot of stuff. So she's very good. Obviously, you already have pretty good regen on Lady Annabelle. I'm assuming she's your Bommel solution. Although it looks like she's running pretty slow to be a Bommel solution. You might need more speed here. So, if you're trying to improve her build, that you could definitely use regen gear there. There are other champions you could use regen gear on, although I think those are the two primary ones that I would be thinking about for your account, at least that you have built so far. Certainly Knave of Hearts could go in regen gear. It's good to have 5 or 6 sets of really good regen gear on your account, because they're usually a bunch of champions that you can use in that fashion. Okay, let's look at maybe something a little bit more within our reach. First of all, let's check out Arena. I haven't checked out Arena yet. Okay, gold 5. Yeah, you're fine. I mean, I might do this instead. I like Tamisha, and she hits hard, and she has a stun. But there's a gap there, right? Having a second turn meter filler, you could also do this. Of course, both of these champions, never mind, both of these champions are slow for your clan boss. So that's not really going to work. Never mind. I do love this, though. Get her in there. Build her really fast and accurate. She doesn't even have to hit hard. She's just a lockout champion. That's nasty. Of course, stuns work too, but this goes through Stone Skin, right? This goes through Stone Skin, whereas this does not. So something to think about. Yeah, easy teams for medals is a good way to go. Let's see. Not that. Let's go back here. Let me just look to see if you have a good setup champion. I mean, Herndig is awesome because Herndig brings decreased defense, decreased accuracy. He also hits decently hard. So even if you have him as a debuffer, you build him with a 100% crit rate, he'll do damage. You have a buff removal champion. Definitely with Cupidus on the team. Oh, Androck. He probably has to be in his second form, right? I mean, this is really nice. I would definitely invest in him. He's going to give you a lot of value in Arena. He's going to give you a lot of value probably in Hydra and some other places. So he's going to be very good. All right, but let's take a look at some of your builds. So the biggest issue with gearing when it comes to pushing past this sort of hump in the mid game, which there are multiple humps in the mid game, but when you hit like an area where you're not progressing for a stretch, usually it comes down to speed. That's what it usually comes down to. So right now you're running the Cheshire Cat, who is a very good champion. He's got a 5-star soul, right? And it's like you've got the 100% crit rate. You got a decent amount of crit damage here. This is a really good amount of crit damage. It's almost 250, right? So this for where you're at in your account's progression. 250 is a great number to shoot for on your hard-hitting damage dealers. But your speed at 177 is very low. So unless you're using something to boost the speed, right? Like, I mean, you've got an aura here, but I mean, you're using a team composition to get this champion to go. He's not going to go fast enough, right? And he's not in stone skin, so it's not like you can run him slow and still have it work. He needs to be going faster. The faster this champion goes, the better off he's going to be. And that's true with his kit as well. This is even more so the case for him because on his A2, he will steal speed. Each hit will increase this champion's speed by 1%, right? So the faster he is, the more he steals, the faster he goes, right? Plus he does more damage based on speed as well, right? So building this guy, thank you, Lucan. I appreciate it. So this guy is a guy that needs to be built fast. Now, let's see what else he needs. Does he need accuracy for anything? Nope. And then you're looking at, can I get some ignore defense? That would be nice, right? Additional ignore defense. So, for instance, if I look at these stats, I'm like, this is a decent attack number and this is a decent crit damage number, and I understand why you built in that direction. But for PvE, this is very slow, and for PvP, it's like phenomenally slow. You're not going to get any progress out of this champion in PvP, which is where you probably want to use him. So rather than put together like a broken set here, what I'd probably start doing is say, okay, let's start with the primary pieces. The primary pieces are going to be the glove and the boot, right? You need a speed boot. And do you have a speed boot? You have a speed boot with crit rate. And this champion can get faster, so this definitely should be brought up to 16. That'll be 45 speed. So we may keep that piece. It might be a good piece. There's a speed boot. There's resistance, unfortunately. But that might go on somebody, right? It's speed with speed on the Ascension. So this could potentially go on a cleanser with the resistance or a reviver. We can start with a primary stat crit damage. And just see. You want crit damage, not crit rate, if you can get it. And then you want a substat of crit rate. Supersonic. So, these gloves on Kale are very good, and you might want to take them off of him if you're not using him for anything in particular. That wouldn't be bad. And then that's going to help you boost your speed as well. But let's do this. Let's look at speed with crit rate. This could be nice. We could ignore some defense there. Try that on. Chest piece. We'd like attack, if possible, with speed and crit rate. Nope. Really not there. What about just crit rate? Okay. What if we did speed and crit rate, but we didn't make it attack? We said attack, HP, or defense. That one's not bad. We're going to need a lot of crit rate on something. All right, now we got our 3 sets. Right? Speed, crit damage, and cruel. And sound. Now we want speed and crit rate here. So that's pretty good. Let's roll this. If we hit crit rate again, that would be really nice. Okay, it's still an option. We need a lot of crit rate, though. Let's look at the cruel pieces. That's got attack on it. Mostly 5-star pieces, but that's okay. Something with crit damage is also nice because we do want crit damage. So we've got some pieces we can roll here. Let's start with this one. Don't mind crit. We need crit rate as a roll, though. Come on. That could be good for somebody, but probably not here because we're going to need more crit rate. I mean, we can roll this up and see. We might have to get out of cruel. That's nice. Give it to me one more time. 17% right now. Yeah. Okay, let's roll this one. That's good. Let me again. It's another 7%. 20% crit rate. Come on, right now. What's going on? We don't really need accuracy on this champion. That's good. One more time. Look at that. It's the same pattern each time. 1 roll in the crit rate, 2 into the other thing. Happened on this one. Happened on this one. Happened on this one. Yeah, RNG is a thing. I'm tempted to actually rework this. Probably save it for Merciless Gear. That's actually a nice piece. Again, not that much crit rate. Yeah, that's right, son. That's how you do it. Thank you, Felrus. Good to see you, buddy. Tomorrow is my 50th birthday, if you didn't know that. It is, in fact. Feeling like a pretty big deal. These could work. These could help us out a little bit. Let's consider this. I like speed. Now give me crit rate. It's not bad. Well, if we're looking for speed, there's some speed, right? We've already got this. So let's go ahead and let's take this off. And then let's see about these pieces and speed. 57 in a week, Eric. Congrats. You made it. You made it. That's what everybody's telling me. You made it. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like the gear is seriously lacking, and you need to invest a lot of time into the gear. I think that's going to help because you've got a solid roster here. You don't have a lot of materials in the forge, so either you're forging all the time or you just don't really pursue Doom Tower. Do you do a lot of Doom Tower? You crafted today for CVC? Gotcha. Where's your allure? All right, let's see where you've got Blood Shield wings. That's one. Two. Sylvan Watchers. Sylvan Watchers. I mean, you could also have Blood Shield, banner or something. So Sylvan Watchers is the only one. Who do we have in the Sylvan Watchers? Okay. Well, we could do this and this. Is a 31-day spender account too early for a takeover? No, never too early for a takeover. %47 of people are really sad. I'm sorry. I like that 7% of people are like, I like Taco Tuesday. Thank you, Charles. Thank you. Thank you, Elaine. Good to see you, by the way. Thanks to everybody for showing up. Let's see how many people we have in stream right now. 154. So pretty good Takeover Tuesday. Our high numbers for Takeover Tuesday were like 220 or something, but on average, we usually pull down around 140. So 154 is pretty good. Artem, thank you. I'm always trying to help. This solution will work. It looks like this solution will work. As long as So the Drakes doesn't die. Right? If she can maintain her health, then this will work. And Ethos might just speed it up a little bit. Because he's got natural HP destruction, which will speed this up a little bit, right? Which is nice. And it doesn't really matter if he dies. Because she'll just bring him back. And she seems to be able to stay ahead of the damage. So this could be like a 20-minute run. Do you know what I mean? Like this could be a pretty long run. If you wanted to speed this up, you could mess with Ethos's build a little bit. Let's see. But that'll work. That'll push through that. Just those two. That's all you need. What I would think about for her is maybe getting her in an immortal set, like taking out some of, the broken pieces and getting her in immortal. Getting her a little bit more speed wouldn't hurt, but not critical. Her speed is decent at 230. That's not a bad place for her to be. Get her an HP chest or something. Yeah, I like both of these. I mean, this gives you a little more accuracy, right? Because you're going to be giving up accuracy. So, you could get that on her. And then maybe... That's a nice piece for her. That's perfect for her. I don't know. I'm just messing around at this point. But I think that team will work. Let's look at Ethos. Yeah, you could work on his build a little bit. He doesn't need much, right? Like he just needs damage. If you can get him enough accuracy to land the weekend, that helps. There are a couple of ways to build him, but definitely I think the duo as is will push through Scarab Boss. Let's look at Dragon hard mode. See what you're running here. Okay, so this team is really damage heavy, right? And I think that Ethos and Venus will clear the waves for you just fine. Tamisha is a good choice here because of the stun. So she will stun targets that have 50% turn meter or more. And then she places decreased speed if they have less than turn meter. So she's a really good choice here. So I like her. I would probably pull Royal Guard. I think this is more than enough damage. And then just bring in somebody like Sylve the Drakes to give your team a little bit of sustain. I really like Wither here. I think she's awesome. And in fact, this may even be overkill with the decreased defense, the weak, because you have Venus. So, Deacon's not that fast, right? This is actually where this would work really well. Because his aura is all speed in all battles. Plus you've got pretty good wave clear with the A3. And then good, boss damaging abilities. But you don't need this level of damage. I'm just thinking about speed. And if you don't have a speed aura that works well, like who would have a speed aura? I mean, other than Haikatoon. Deacon is great, but you have him running slow. Kemtham's not bad for this. Kemtham's actually really good for Dragon. Haikatoon is 6 stars. How's she built? How is she built? She's not built. So let's just theory craft this for a second. So let's say we got rid of Ethos. We just used Tunisia as our primary damage dealer here. I might even go more like this. I might go more like this. This could work really well. Oh, yeah, there is stock, right? But he's not, I think he's still 50. He's still 50? He's still 50. I mean, we also have Drex, right? Who's very good for wave control just in general. But I don't think we need it with Tunisia. And this would give us a revive, a little bit of healing. This would give us a cleanse and more healing and increased defense. This is a weaken and a decreased defense and an HP burn. This is another HP burn, a stun, and a slow. This is poisons and some self-sustain. Is he built? You've been putting off. Yeah, and that's fine. You have to make those calls. If you don't have the books for him, I understand. We know your arbiter's at 300 speed. This feels pretty good. So let's just double check. Wither is built. She's at 210. Venus is at 275. That's nice. She's in lifesteal. You need to get her out of lifesteal. I don't think that's a good set for her, although it's a fast set, obviously. But you could put this on a damage dealer. You could even put that on Cheshire Cat if you needed to. But that could go on somebody like Ethos if you needed to. If you don't have better damage gear, a lifesteal set is not a bad set for a damage dealer until you get better sets, because it provides so much additional sustain that a lot of times you can just keep your damage dealer alive and the fight takes a little bit longer, but you get through it. So you could just swap that gear onto him and put her in perception, right? You want perception, feral, speed, pinpoint, that kind of stuff on Venus. She doesn't need to do damage. You don't need to build her as a damage dealer. She doesn't need crit rate. You can just go ahead and build her as a debuffer. I mean, if you can get the crit rate, fine. That's like not a bad thing. She's got 2 AoE hits. Like but she's a support. You can see she's labeled as a support. If you look at her attack numbers, her base attack is under 1100. Her multipliers are not really high. She's an HP burner and a debuffer. So I would say, swap her out of this lifesteal gear, get that gear onto a direct damage dealer like Cheshire Cat, like Ethos, like even your Kale, like Tunisia, somebody who's going to get some value out of that extra damage plus the sustain. If it's got high accuracy, you could even think about putting it on somebody like Alice. You could put it on someone like you, Carl. There are a lot of champions that could use that life steal to better effect. And then you could get her much higher accuracy, higher speed, the stats that she needs for doing her job. And then she's going to be better off. But for now, let's just go with this and see what happens. Let's see. Yeah, you could put it on a Kempton. Seer, Mausoleum Mage, Archmage, Renegade, and who? Kempton? Yeah, so that's a fast wave clearing team, right? Mausoleum Mage sets up Seer really well. Seer nukes out the waves. Archmage also helps you with that. It helps set up Seer as well. Renegade resets the Seer, and then Akemtum kills the boss. That's what that team is meant to do. But that's going to be hard at the speeds that you're talking about. Right here, what we're going to use is we're going to use Tamesia's crowd control. And then everybody's got good wave clear here. I mean, for the most part, Arbiter sets you up with the increased attack. That means everybody's going to do more damage, except I think Wither. I think Wither is defense based. I don't think she's HP based. I think she's defense based. But she'll, get you lapping the enemy as well. She's also here for a revive, just in case. I don't know how tanky she's built, so we'll see what the boss does to her in terms of damage. But you're going to get that Hex out there, which is going to increase the AoE damage from Tamesia and Venus. Also Wither. Wither's got only AoEs. Only her A1 does an AoE. You got plenty of sustain. You've got cleanse for the stuns and the poisons. And the weaken. Honestly, if you had Cupidus, right? If you had Cupidus, this would be a really good team to put Cupidus in. The passive on Akemtum makes it his best set for sure. Because he does damage based on the poison ticket. It becomes direct damage and he heals through the lifesteal set that way, right? That's interesting. Yeah, I've never run him that way, but I did hear about that build a long time ago, if I recall correctly. Here we get the weaken. We got other chances of the weaken. Cupidus, you got his 6-star soul. Yeah, so you really want that pull. I got Venus not that long ago, and I haven't used the duo for anything really spectacular yet, but I'm kind of thinking about it. I haven't booked Cupidus. Cupidus was my first ever legendary on my main account. It was Cupidus and Drexthar were my first two, and I'm pretty sure it went in that order, Cupidus and Drexthar. Maybe it was the other way around. And I didn't book either one of them. I haven't booked either one of them. Still to this day, I haven't booked either one of them. Good level of poisons. We got a brimstone there. We got an HP burn. So we're going to burn through this purple bar, no problem. The weaken and the decreased defense. Just got Tamesia needs to hit. That's all it is. Oh boy. Okay, we're not really getting through that HP bar, are we? That purple bar, I mean. There we go. Tamesia. Okay. That was a little dicey. We're not doing much damage outside of the debuffs. Akemtum's, it doesn't matter if he's dead or not. I mean, we'd prefer to have him alive, but shouldn't stop anything. Does Carl need books for Fire Knight Hard? Honestly, I don't think he does. I think all of his... I mean, his A3 is irresistible and 100%. I think it's guaranteed. So that's not, that's not a bad team. And you can definitely move forward with this kind of team. You can see it's not as fast as your other team. But I think, I think this team, once it's geared, will be able to walk up to stage 10. And so, you're talking about, like, you feel like you're spread a bit thin. I think the idea here is keep pushing Doom Tower. And, for Doom Tower, if you can focus on any sets that are really going to help you gear your damage dealers better, I think that's going to be important. The best one is obviously, if you can do lethal, right? If you can do Dark Fae and get lethal gear, 5-6-star lethal gear, it's decently fast. For your damage dealers and where you are, I would say the speed that you're looking for is probably around where Ethos is. I think he's fast enough. Anything from, say, about 205 to 225. That's the range for your damage dealers right now. Anybody who's running slower than that and isn't speed tuned for something particular is running too slow. right? You're not going to be able to clear Doom Tower hard. You're not going to be able to clear hard mode dungeons with your damage dealers running at 175 or 185. Mishinaki at 201 is just about passable, right? If you could glyph him a couple more speed, or find him some speed through pinpoint gear or something, get him up to 210, get him up to 215. That's going to be helpful without giving away the stats, right? For direct damage dealers, you're looking at that sweet spot being for crit damage being around 240, 250 crit damage. If you can exceed that, awesome, but you don't really need to, right? It's not really critical to go up to like 280 or 300. So, crit damage, this is good crit damage. Let's look at your Royal Guard. A little bit low, but not too bad. Not too bad. But yeah, speed's a little bit low. Crit damage is a little bit low, right? Accuracy is a bit low. So what I would probably do is pick a champion that you think can gain you value in a particular gear acquiring area. I think Dragon hard mode is really the best. And like figure out what team you think is going to work there. Maybe we should have gone with Mishinaki, honestly. He's got the decreased attack. He would pair well with basically everybody. So he might even be better on that team than, well, Tamisha, we need Tamisha. We need Tamisha. Maybe we pull Venus here. Let me do that. But anyway, the idea is like theory craft a team first and then start to hunt that gear. And yeah, it's got to be about the gear. And what we want to do here is really think about utilizing sets to get extra stats where we can, right? Like broken sets are fine when you just need specific numbers, but now you're talking about pushing beyond that. So not getting the value of, the 12% from a speed set, not getting the value of the 40 accuracy from the perception set. Like you're giving away too much there. And it may be that during the next free regearing, you need to pull some of these broken sets off of these champions so that you can actually build full real sets. So it's like we've got this bolstered chess piece, and then on this other champion, we've got, 2 bolster pieces here. Well, maybe all of that can go together on somebody and give you a nice actual bolster set. Even if it's a damaging bolster set, that's fine. Yeah, and it's a balancing act, right? Like here we have broken sets and you're like, well, I've got the HP and speed here, and then I've got the speed, and this is nice, but it's like you've got the key set here. You've got the relentless. So let's think about what's relentless get better with? More speed. Right? So it's like, well, could we just say look at 2 speed pieces? What about divine speed? Where's divine speed? Well, what about divine speed? We need tankiness. What about a really fast pair of, resilience pieces? Like, oh, this has got HP, defense, and speed. If this rolls like a double speed here, this might actually be a lot faster. Plus now the set is giving you additional HP and defense, right? So it's, let's use this. And it's a forge set. So you get a lot of, 5 and 6 star pieces. It's like, all right, we got a 6-star boot here, so let's even try to leverage the pieces of gear that we have, right? So we're not going to lose any speed on this, right? I mean, we will lose speed because of the, I think this has ascended into speed. Is that correct? Let me see. Did this ascend into speed? It did. So, you might lose a little speed there. You lose 3 speed there. But you might gain it back. You might ascend into it. You might get more on the substat rolls. You're like, okay, let's do that. And let's do, I think it was this one, and so this is going to go from 6 up to 45. So you're getting 39 back. You're getting That's 196. You know, can you roll a couple of times into speed here? Let's just try it. Let's see. Defense would be okay too. There's one speed roll. Let's get a second one. Okay, so it's, you know, this would end up being close. You would probably glyph to about the same speed, you know, and you've picked up 100 defense. Maybe not worth the silver in terms of the swap here, but you've got to try those rolls. You know, you have to go and now not only have you potentially incrementally improved this champion, which maybe you have. Like once this is built to, you know, this fully up, you'll have more HP. Once this is built fully up, you'll have, you know, the sub rolls may give you more HP. It's like you got a little more defense, you get a little more HP, you get the same speed, so she's slightly more survivable. But then these broken pieces that were on her, right? Now that bolster piece is freed up. That's a really nice bolster piece. 12 speed, 20 resist, and 60% HP. That belongs on somebody else. That belongs in a full bolster set. This is a highly valuable piece that is currently being wasted on her, right? So if all you're looking for here is an HP percentage piece, you can find that in a set that's not going to be as critically valuable as bolster, like resilience, maybe perception. You get a lot of perception pieces, maybe speed, maybe, I don't know, maybe, you know, the fortitude, maybe one of the resistance sets, you know, not that she needs resistance all that much, but it's like, yeah, let's go out and find it somewhere, you know, define. Well, no, we want this. Yeah, speed, you know, whatever. But, and then you've got this supersonic set, right? And supersonic, if you could get to 4 pieces, fills the champion's turn meter by 2% for each buff on each enemy. This belongs on somebody that's going to be in arena. This belongs on somebody who needs to be fast in arena. So who do you need to speed up in your arena? Now, could this go on like your Arbiter? Sure. Potentially, if you can keep your Arbiter above, you know, at the 300 speed mark or above, and maybe go for, you know, the 9-piece set. Do you have a 9-piece set? Probably not, but maybe you can hunt a 9-piece set that's 305 speed, and then it's got the extra turn meter effect. You know, it's got all of these extra things that help you make sure that your Arbiter wins that speed race. It's 36% speed versus, I'm sorry, 32% speed versus 36% speed that you would get from 3 speed sets. So like you're only giving away 4% and you're getting all this turn meter bonus and the, you know, the turn meter fill here on the 4-piece and the 9-piece. Maybe that's there, or maybe, you know, maybe this goes on somebody else who's valuable in other places. High Katoon, right? You need 6-star speed boots on High Katoon. She also gets value out of that turn meter stuff. Where's the you know, and you may have a full set here. Like you may have a full set. You know, this may be a place where you can find pieces or enough pieces. Like this is a nice, this could go on her, right? So again, defense, speed, 12 speed there. Here's speed and defense. Take this piece. There you've got a 4-piece set. You know, fills this champion's turn meter by 2% per each buff on each enemy. That potentially makes her valuable in arena, but it's also just a good set for her to have, like start building towards, you know, for her. Let's see if you have any. No, you don't have any accessories, but you know, at least you're getting some value there out of that. My point is broken sets are, it's okay to have a few, but you don't want to build your roster with all broken sets because that means you're giving away a lot of this value. You know, And so like I look at Arbiter here, and like she's at 300 speed, which is great speed, but she's got one set. Actually, technically she's got 3 sets, right? Because she's got Pinpoint and she's got Feral. But she doesn't get any speed from the Feral because it's just one piece. She does get speed from the Pinpoint because it's 2 pieces. Right? But it's like if I could pull this, and I mean, I guess that technically is a set, but if I could pull this, and this for speed pieces, or, whatever, I could go for 4 pieces of Pinpoint, which would not be bad, right? Get the ring. If I got, let's see, what do I have here? Nope. Don't have the ring of Pinpoint. All right. So let's see. Double check. Well, yeah, I could potentially, if I can re-gear Eris, right? I could potentially put this there. And then it's like, okay, so now I've got 2 pieces. I don't think I have any more Feral, right? And then it's like, okay, let's start with the boots. The boots are the most important thing. Rank and rarity, 6-star. Can be equipped. Those, right? Now substat speed. Let's look at our Pinpoint and Feral. Just to be sure. Roll this one. That's ridiculous. That off. Yeah, and now if you look at this set, right? All right, you've picked up 3,000 HP, lost a little bit of attack, picked up a little bit of a defense, about 150 defense, 4 speed plus the glyphing, which will probably give you, well, so call it 8 speed. Little bit of accuracy loss. Can we get that back? No, but not a huge deal. And so it's like now she's consolidated with speed pieces. She's at 308 speed, maybe 310 speed. You've gained the most important stat on her. Plus, she's a little bit more survivable, more HP and more defense. So she's going to be able to revive you, keep your team alive better. Plus, all of those pieces that were on her that were broken pieces now go back into your gear pool and create a situation where you can use those on other champions, right? That will then improve them based on the set pieces. Plus, you have a clear path towards progression now for Arbiter. Anytime you pull a speed piece with a speed substat, you roll it up. And if it's faster than what she's got, then it just goes on Arbiter. And you keep pushing her speed, right? Plus, this can be fully ascended, right? So this can get you another 11 speed here. This goes up to 12. So we're like, all right, now I know that if I can do the Sand Devil's Necropolis, right, I can get an additional 11 speed here, get 11 speed here. Say, glyph this, use a big glyph here. You could get up to 8 here. If you got 8 here and 11 here, that's 19 speed on top of what you're doing. You're doing 323 speed now, right? This is not a great speed roll, 9 and 5. This is a better one. It's 11 and 4. You've got the This one's pretty good at 15, and this one's pretty good at 16. So those are not likely to be replaced, as quickly. But I definitely think, this one could be replaced. And this one could be replaced. So now you've got a path towards, say, like 330, 340 speed. And again, every time you take a piece off of her, you look and say, well, now I've got another free speed piece that can go onto another champion that needs speed. My High Katoon, I was going to say my Seeker or my Deacon, but those are currently for your Eris team. But that's how you improve an overall account, right? You really focus down on one champion. You're like, how do I make this champion as effective as possible? I need this champion. Well, Arbiter needs to be fast and tanky. That's it. That's the only thing she needs. Fast and tanky. A little bit of accuracy if you want to use her A1 weaken or use her A2 to, decrease duration of buffs. But that's like a distant third. That's a distant third, right? And because you know exactly how you're building her, you know exactly how to improve her as well. And again, you could also, anytime you pull a divine speed piece where you're like, oh, that's a really good divine speed piece. Like this piece could be good for her, like this is 11 speed. We said that's okay. But what about rolling this? If we get a double roll on speed here, didn't happen. What about the next one? Let's try this one. And you just keep trying. Anytime you pull a piece, you're like, well, it's got a speed substat. I'm going to roll it up, see if I can get it onto her. These are not bad pieces, by the way. Accuracy and speed on a divine speed set is good, but it's not prioritizing speed, right? And that's what we need to do for her. And what's this? That's a 16. That's going to be hard to beat. So I don't know that we can go up anyway. All right, I'm going to stop rolling. But, this is how you kind of design a path forward. So I've streamlined her, I've helped her out. I've pulled this piece off. We just talked about the fact that we need regeneration for Godseeker and Neri. Well, now this immortal piece is free. Now this immortal boot, which is really fast, is free. Those can potentially go on Wither. They can go on Godseeker and Neri, right? I freed them up for a champion that needs regeneration, right? Get rid of, this piece. This is a really fast piece. It's a really nice, fast pinpoint piece. In fact, maybe we even keep that. Maybe we go for a different, or, it's like, this is a really nice, fast cursed set. Let's put those. So we took off, this piece had 22 speed. This had 18. I'm talking about the natural rolls. This is a 22 roll. This is an 18 roll. And yet we removed them and got faster because the 12% that we get from the speed set is like two rolls. Right? So basically you have a triple roll here and you have a triple roll here. You got 6 rolls, right? But then when we went to the 2 pieces from the speed set, what were we running? It was this one and this one. So this is a single roll and this is a double roll. So that's 3 rolls, right? But the speed set is an additional 2 rolls. So you've actually got 5 rolls here. Right? And this one isn't glyphed yet. So it's like you're not actually giving up as much as you think you are. However, when you actually have somebody who needs the cursed set, this triple roll becomes insane. Right? So we're like, okay, well, who do we put in cursed set for, let's say, Hydra? Because we don't have a great Hex champion. We actually have a Kemptum who is awesome. But let's go ahead and look. And we have Mishinaki. So you're all set there. But if you wanted to do a third, Hex set, you look for somebody who's got an AoE. And you're like, all right, well, now I can do a Hex set on that champion. Maybe that would be, I don't know. I'm not going to put it on Ethos but whatever. But it's there. You know what I mean? It's there. The pinpoint is now freed up. And we're like, all right, well, speed and accuracy, this is great. Who do we need speed and accuracy on? Maybe this is how we get Venus out of lifesteal, right? So now we put those pieces that we took from Arbiter onto Venus, get her out of lifesteal. Now we take that lifesteal. We're just talking about putting that onto a Kemptum. This frees up these pieces. Now we put those onto whoever needs it. And as you're shifting around all of these pieces, you are simplifying the way that you're building your champions, getting more value out of the gear that you currently have, because now you're getting the additional set bonuses from the gear that you have. And that's critical because you are struggling with gear right now. Right? So it's like by getting this additional 15% or 12% crit rate, which you're currently not getting, that's stats in your roster that you weren't having before without changing the gear, just by shifting around where the gear is, right? And using it together with other pieces. In fact, I'm pretty sure there was a really nice divine crit rate piece we were looking at before. Maybe it was on somebody. No, must have been this piece. But anyway, so, it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort. But this is one of the things where it's like, I know that the Hell Hades optimizer has gotten very good and more advanced than the last time I really used it for gearing. But I think the tendency is to use the simplest form of it and just basically like take whatever gear and go for stats. But you can do a better job manually, or you can do a better job if you get really informed on how to use the optimizer to its utmost potential. And that just takes some effort, takes some homework. You can definitely do it. You have a pretty good sense of what you need on your champions. Like, none of these champions are built poorly. It's like, it's not the individual champions that are built poorly. It's the fact that you're not really in a state where like you're optimizing the gear on your account complete. And that's a different perspective. That's more of a top-down perspective, right? Where this is more of a micro perspective. You're like, do I have the stats on this champion I need? Do I have the stats I have on this champion that I need? Do I have the stats I need on this champion? Instead of saying, how do I get the most stats out of the gear that I have and also build my champions the same way? It's a bigger picture view to go at it, from that approach. But I think that's what you need to do at this point, because your gear isn't really there, right? Not the way you've been building it, or using this kind of optimizer approach to it. It's not really there. But I do think you have some good pieces. So you might be able to incrementally improve 4 or 5 or 6 champions just by doing this, and simultaneously start specializing champions for the roles that you need them in. Arbiter at 300 is nice. Arbiter at 340 is nicer, right? In terms of speed. That's like, once you start getting to like 340, 350, 360 speed, now you're talking about so much more value, not just in classic arena, but more value in live arena, more value in siege, more value in PvE. You can use her in other places. You can use her against Dark Fae. Your Dark Fae team gets better. Like, this is a way to push this champion to the next level. And I like the way you've built a lot of these champions. You're like, well, one of the nice things about this Scylla the Drakes is how fast she is. Right at 230. That's a good speed for her. And if I strip this boot off of her, I'm going to lose that value. Yes, that's true. But again, as you're shifting all of these things around, something may come free. Something may come free. Like, Arbiter is getting out of this boot. She's getting into this boot. You can literally do the swap back. Now you have Scylla of the Drakes in a really fast immortal boot. Great. Or again, it goes to Godseeker and Eerie. But my point being that, like, who needs regen? Tanks, healers, revivers, Scylla of the Drakes, right? Who needs speed? Your speed lead, right? Your turn meter fillers. She's got to be fast. So like, even that simple swap, like just bringing this speed gear over to Arbiter and bringing this regen gear over to, Scylla of the Drakes would improve your overall roster. And now Scylla of the Drakes is better for things like Dragon. So I think we're just going to call it there, because it does feel like, you have a direction now. I would definitely say, focus on the Godseeker and Neri regen gear, get her moving in the right direction to push Sand Devil's Necropolis. I think this will help you everywhere. You need to get Sand Devil's Necropolis to at least stage 17. You have to get at least here so you can start to get the superior oils. You need at least 17. But Godseeker and Eerie will eventually push you all the way to 25. So you need to work on her regen gear. That's a high priority. And think about Immortal. Like, how much can you get out of the Immortal gear that you have? Because you have some very good Immortal gear.
although your regen gear maybe is lacking a little bit. And then get creative with ways to keep her alive, because there are things that you can do. You can use a miracle heal to keep her alive if you have a blood shield ring. So not miracle here. I'm sorry, emergency heal. So if you put this on her potentially, right, this gives you a heal when the shield is broken, but you need a blood shield ring. So every time a blood shield ring is broken, you get some heals off of that. You could use that. Obviously, most people go with the miracle heal to restore more of the HP, but you may not need that. You may not need that. That's not as big as a deal as it used to be before the dungeon was reworked. So you could probably get away without it. I don't run it on mine. And mine's only got a 3-star blessing, and she still does plenty of restoration. So I think that's the one thing. And then the other area I would definitely focus on is hard mode dragon, because this is going to get you that speed gear that you need. And the other sets that are valuable out of here are probably going to be for you. Stalwart is a pretty good set, and then maybe destroy is a decent set for like speeding up Scarab Boss and a couple other places. And then lifesteal, we can use lifesteal still on your account in a couple of places, but it's primarily just you need speed. You need as much speed as possible. And so I would definitely go that route. Once you've got that down, right? Once you've got Sandel's Necropolis at 25 and you've got Dragon's Lair hard mode 10 down, and you've got, some of these champions kind of refocused, I would definitely also think Iron Twin. Iron Twin's 15. You want to be farming this on every affinity to get as many souls as possible, because souls are going to help you in Citranos. We didn't even look at Citranos, but they're going to help you in a lot of places. And that's also just extra stats. That's what we're talking about. When your gear isn't working as well, you need to get extra stats. You're farming arena, okay, so keep pushing your Great Hall. If you're not doing live arena, get into live arena so you can get more stats here from this. Let's see. Yeah. So let's just look real quick. So keep pushing this stuff. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. Area bonuses, you're doing okay there. Yeah, if you wanted to throw some speed into your dungeons and Fire Knight's Castle and Dragon's Lair, it's good there. Doom Tower, it's good there as well. When I build these, I basically focus on speed and HP first. Ignore defense and crit damage if I need more damage next. Probably. Accuracy too. I should actually say it's probably speed, accuracy, HP. Like those are the first, and then the damage ones, and then like defense and attack and resistance last. Thank you, QQ. Good to see you, man. Thank you, Barry Strong. I appreciate you. Good to hear an American say root and not route. Like Route 66. Yeah, you could do that, Rain, definitely. But okay. You're very welcome. You're doing great. Like, don't feel bad about, like one of the things that I like to say here is when I do a takeover, sometimes it feels like I'm being really critical, because I'm trying to poke, or I'm trying to like reveal the problems, right? So we're focused on the negative, but you're actually doing really well. You've got a great roster. You've built a lot of 60s. You've got your top 6 clan boss chests. You're farming your Mithrala fragments successfully. You've got your gold 5 arena team. Your arbiter is not only collected, but built. Like, you're doing everything right. You really are. You're doing everything right. The one issue is that as you progress in your account, there will be points where you need to transition, where the model of like
account progression needs to change. So what you've been doing becomes less effective, right? It's not that you've done anything wrong. It's that you've hit a point where now you have to add something. You have to do something new in order to evolve to the next stage. And that's where your account currently is. And so I think the very first thing that you said to me was, I feel like I'm spread too thin. And that's exactly what needs to change. Now you want to solve one problem at a time. Rather than thinking I'm going to build a champion that's going to solve 10 different problems, you have to really focus on like, okay, I need to focus on getting my Godseeker and Eerie up because that is going to solve that problem. And that problem is going to help me solve the next one. Right. And then I get my Dragon 10 done. And that's going to help me solve Iron Twins. I'm going to get Iron Twins done. That's going to help me solve Centranos. That's going to get me better gear, which is going to help me in other places. You know, it's like, it's this kind of cycle where it's like everything leads to something else and then it comes back full circle. And that's what the late mid game is about. That's what the late mid game is about. And I think that's probably where I wouldn't even know. I don't even know if you're late mid game yet. You're solidly mid game, but moving into the late mid game, that's what it's about, right? Getting past that point and not worrying about like, you know, you have the Seer Mausoleums combo and you're like, oh, that's a really powerful combo, but like your gear's not there yet to make that work. So focus on the things that are going to improve the stats on your account. Oil, Sand Devil's Necropolis, and Phantom Shogun. Phantom Shogun is another place where you can really focus and get a lot of value. You know, and this might be even easier to solve than Sand Devil's Necropolis. I mean, you have Wither. So really all you need is like that might be enough, you know. You could even go that route. I mean, you're using Geomancer, so it's really just about surviving. If we're using Mishinaki, we could bring in somebody else here who's you know, giving us more speed. And we could go like that, you know, or we could go this, or we could go this. That's not bad. Go this. You know, we could do this. But it's like you could solve Phantom Shogun relatively quickly. You know, and again, if you can push to just 17, just push one more stage. I think the thing about, you know, I love Seeker, I love Deacon, but unless they're built very fast, they don't have a ton of value in your account. Like they are providing you a really nice solution right now for Clan Boss. So use them there and don't worry about them. I run my Deacon at like 300 speed. I run my fastest Seeker at like, he's like 290 and relentless because that's what he's turn meter fill, right? That's what he gets me into my roster. But these two are dedicated to one solution. That's great. That's not a problem. That just means they're not going to be available for you in other places. So you want to think about, oh, if I want speed, she should be enough. She should be enough. You know, or High Katoon if you need more. But okay. All right, that's it for this one. Let's call this a wrap. That was fun. It was a little bit different. It was a little bit different. So let's go ahead and I'm going to jump back into my account just to see if I'm energy capped. And then we're going to reset the wheel. And you can start reacting to the wheel. Quick reminder, I am only taking new takeovers. So people who have never won takeovers before. First time winners only for this very last live stream. Great Dane, we need more players in our clans. Yes. Keep mentioning that. We are, we've got spaces open for if anybody's looking for a new clan. Thank you, Blackson. I appreciate that. Can payers win? If you've never won one before, yes, of course. Go down that route.
Yeah, it's pronounced Route. It's Route 66, not Route 66. Can I do 10 minutes on your account? If you win. If you win, Hawk. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. All right, so quick reminder of how this works. Ooh, I'm going to burn some energy here. You have to be a member of the Discord. There is a link to that in the description of this live stream. Once you're in the Discord, you want to scroll down until you see the coaching corner area. There is a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. There's a message there. All you have to do is react to that message. Just react to that message. You can react 1 time or 100 times. You're only entered once. And then I will spin the wheel, and the wheel will pick the winner. A quick reminder, just another reminder, I'm only taking new winners, people who have never won before, because this is the very last chance to get free takeovers, at least for Takeover Tuesday. So that's what we're doing. 161 confirmed viewers. Hit that like button. Let's get this stream out there. Still have a bit to go to catch my Hydra team. I'm still waiting for that challenge. Sorry, Darren. I've gotten a little bit distracted by the Hydra thing. What happened was I worked with Nub Raids on some Hydra teams, and the Nightmare Hydra team failed spectacularly. And it may have been my gear, may not have been the theory craft. I don't know. It may have been my gear. But as a result, I had to redo that team, and that resulted in me redoing the brutal team, which resulted me doing the hard team. And so I got frustrated, and I haven't completed all of those builds. But I'm improving. I'm improving because I'm up over 700 million total clash points per week now, which I haven't been since the rework of Hydra. I was at 1 billion before the rework, and then I dropped down to 300 or 400 million clash points, and now I'm working my way back up. So I've regained about half of what I lost. Yeah, it didn't work out. That's okay. It still got me thinking and focusing on things, Thorian, building a Thorian, and focused on Glidecad and other champions that were going to be helpful. Some of them needed to be masteried, some of them still need to be geared. So I'm working in the right direction. Only 1 like. Let's see. All right, I'm going to end this poll. We're going to start a new poll. There we go, new poll. I've also got I've got King Arthur Legends Rise going on. I think I have to stop playing King Arthur soon. I just don't have the time. I like the game a lot. I don't want to stop playing, but I think I have to. It's disappointing. The good news is it's not as time intensive. I can play it 1 hour a day. And I kind of like that. So I don't know that I need to drop it, but I just feel like I'm not growing that account the way I should. Morak's very good, yeah. I am looking forward to Godforge, yeah. I'm excited about that beta coming out. I think they said May, right? It was originally March, and I think they moved it to May. You dropped King Arthur yesterday. What will happen is the free-to-play challenge will end, and that will free up some time for me to play one account somewhere. Right? So if I can hold out with King Arthur until the free-to-play challenge is over, then I could invest more time in King Arthur. Or just knowing that Godforge is coming, right? Like if that shows up in May, it's like I don't think I can play the Godforge beta and Braid and King Arthur and dedicate enough time to all three things. When I'm playing 3 games or 3 accounts, I tend to max out. Like something starts to get marginalized. I can do 2 really well. I can do 1 great. I don't know how many months, for like 6 months, all I had was my raid account, my main raid account. That's all I had. And I was like, oh my God, this is so nice. Only playing one of these gacha games, because playing more gacha games is tough. And right now I'm actually playing Marvel Strike Force 2 because there's a sponsorship offer on the table. So I'm like, I played Marvel Strike Force for like 6 or 8 months, like 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe. I don't know. It was a while ago. And I enjoyed the game, but I eventually let that one go, to focus on raid, I think. So thank you, Sven. I appreciate it. Yeah, I play with the sound off too. I think a lot of people didn't watch New versus Pro. New versus Pro has been over for like a year, so it's not really a fair comparison. I think we ended in like February maybe of 2024. But I love that it's still getting nearly a third of the vote. It's a quarter of the vote. That's great. You gave up on King Arthur, so you tried again. I like it. I don't know. Everybody gets a little bit something different out of these games, but I do enjoy King Arthur. I like the fact that I like several things about it. I am now into the mid game where it's like I don't really have the story anymore, which I miss. I wish it were a little bit more Diablo style where you kept going through the story at higher difficulties, but in the higher difficulties you don't, which I don't like as much. I wish they kept up with the story. But yeah, it's a good game. I like the game. We stopped. No, I think we stopped before that. We had a whole, he had a victory before we got to March, the Raid Madness. Sun had his victory stream. Yeah, I don't want to quit King Arthur. I don't want to quit King Arthur, but it's tough. It's tough to fit everything in. Okay. Anything else that I need to do here? Ooh, get some arena stuff. All right, so in the meantime, let's go ahead and I'm going to give the 1-minute warning here. Anybody who needs to react to the message in Discord should do so now. Reminder, has to be a brand new winner, right? Can't be a previous winner. Doesn't matter when you won. If you won a year and a half ago, if you won on the very first Takeover Tuesday, you are ineligible for the last Takeover. Sun is built different. We do need more Sunday Fun Day.
the clan has been disconnected a little bit more in King Arthur. We don't have as much support for it, but part of that is also me just not getting like the time to build it a little bit better. Yuki's been doing, a lot of the grunt work running the clan. I appreciate that, Yuki. But what we need to do is support it a little bit better. Yeah. And I think, we need to recruit a little bit more as well. It would help if I were doing some videos over on King Arthur channel or something, but I just haven't had time to do that. So it's more on me than anything else. All right, so let's go ahead and spin this wheel. Good luck. Sunday Fun Day. We only ever really had one of those. Maybe two. I think we had two. Lonero, you won, buddy. I think before you were asking for it. Loney, row. You got it. Yeah, I sent you a DM. You want to hit me back with your login information. We'll get this show on the road. And I'm giving you the roles so that you can join me in the voice channel. So come join me whenever you're ready. I need your login information. So I need your email and your password. Hey, Tom. Welcome. Yeah, that's true, Sindragor. It's got 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, nice big kitchen, big living room, lots of windows. It's got a balcony. his cupboard is luxurious. Man's living the life. All right, Loney Row, we are in your account now. So just join me in the voice channel, and then let me know what kind of account takeover you're looking for. He does. He lives in a dream house. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it. Never hurts.
Never hurts to hear good things. I try to make videos for as many player types as possible. You know, I want a wide reach on my my videos, including people who are new to the game or who are, you know, mid-game players, free-to-play players, low spenders. Um, Even the whales and krakens, sometimes we do some end-game content for them. But yeah. Yobi, if you don't get a shout out from what? I'll give you a shout out, Yobi. How you doing? Thanks for being here. All you got to do is look at the channels in my Discord, and right below the wheel of Takeover, there's literally a voice channel called Coaching Voice, and you can join me there now. That's all you got to do. There you go. All right, so what are we looking for? What kind of account takeover are we looking for? We are level 74. We are on Scion, so we're past the 270-day mark. And in fact, we're past the year mark because the first champion is Cleopteryx. I don't know how far in Scion is. He's decently in there. So maybe a little bit more casual player than our last one, right? Been playing a longer time, but a lower account level. And again, not a criticism, just assessing where we are in terms of the account. 23 6-star champions. Got Alice at 6-star. Razzlevarg, your Sill of the Drakes. You've got your Vizix and your Arbiter. Your Drexthar. Ninja is always good. You got Kymar. I don't have Kymar. I love Ray, by the way. Ray's awesome. Haikatun is a very good 6-star. You've got your Deacon Armstrong at 6-star. Yeah, got all good 6-stars. No wasted 6-stars here, really. I mean, Gizcard and Kaden are okay. They're okay. They're not bad. They're okay. But yeah, I mean, count looks good. Let's look at the 5-stars here. Not really missing on anybody. Is that a second seeker? No, it's first seeker. So I can't hear you in voice. You still need to text me. You need to DM me what kind of account you're looking for. Like what kind of takeover you're looking for. All right, let's take a look at where we stand in Arena. Gold 3. You definitely get out of gold 3. You've got Arbiter and Deacon and Alice. Yeah, we could get you, and Kymar. We can get you out of gold 3. Let's do some arena work until I hear from what's the name again? Lonely Row. Lonely Row. Okay. Let's look at Arbiter. How fast is Arbiter? 270. That's legit. All right. I mean, protection would work if we could get to the third piece, right? We get an additional 12 speed there. That piece is all right. So let's look at this. Is there a protection piece with speed? This piece. What about a speed piece with speed? $12. 12 is pretty low. But let's see. Let's see if we can roll better. That's good. All right. If we took this piece and then we took that chess piece, that gets us 284. We give away a little bit of accuracy, but you don't really need 400 accuracy on Arbiter, probably. Probably. Unless there's a specific build. But all right. You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to build around what we've got. Because we've only got 1.5 million silver. So it's like, all right. That's where we are. We're trying for the fusion for the first time. Okay, so we don't really want to spend your resources. Looks like you have no forge materials. You probably use them all up for CVC. All right. You're low on shards if you're going for this fusion. It's going to be a tricky thing. First place in a tournament. Which tournament? Dragon tournament? It's the only tournament. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm still thinking about Arena. Okay, so he's at 215. Kymar is slow for Arena at 189. But we may not need him. Arbiter's at 270. 270. And okay, and then what's 221? So 221 plus 30% would be, it's not quite connected, right? 30% of 220 is 66. So we're looking at 287, 288 tops. No. Oh, so she's 270, not 280. Okay, so they are connected. So that's connected, so that's great. He's got decent accuracy. So boom into boom. And then into lockout at 216. Into nuke. Who's our nuke? Who is our nuke? Oh, we're one piece shy here on the instinct. See, Christy, I wish you had won. We've got one more, maybe. One more later after this one. So maybe you got a shot there.
Honestly, based on your resource levels, like I know this is a really desirable fusion, but what's worse than missing a fusion is going after the fusion, using all your resources, missing that fusion, and then not being able to do the next fusion, you know? So what I would say is this, your shard count's really low. Your shard count's really low. This will be the sticking point. Your silver is also low, but you may be able to get the silver. You may be able to get the silver. You have a clan v clan right here, so you're going to get, these rewards. You're going to get extra energy. You're going to get extra chickens. You're going to get brews, potions, all sorts of things that are going to help you do the champion training. Maybe you get the shard there. But shards are really going to be the issue. Now, if you're a low spender, if you ever spend, then you can buy shards and complete the fusion that way. If you're free to play, that'd be tough. It would be tough. You're doing 9 million on a single key of Ultra Nightmare, so you're not clearing Ultra Nightmare. But if you're doing a 9 key or 9 million a key on Ultra Nightmare, then maybe you've got a 3 key Nightmare. If you get lucky and get a Sacred Shard or 2, how many gems do you have? You don't have gems. Honestly, if you're not a spender, it would be extremely difficult to do. You don't have any gems, you don't have any silver currently, and you don't have enough shards. You might have enough energy. You might be able to get the silver, but without the gems, I don't know how you're going to get shards. I don't know how you're going to get shards. You don't even have mystery shards. Like if you had like 1,500 mystery shards or something, then maybe. Now, what you could do, is you could go out and get, get yourself a free epic or 2, get a copy of this champion. I mean, is it possible? Let's look at how would you do the champion chase? You got Cleopteryx, so that'll help. You don't have these fusions. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you to bail out, but I am going to tell you that I think your chances are very slim. And unless you see a clear path to victory, you might want to save your resources for the next fusion. That's what I would say. Sometimes you have to just accept the fact that you can't complete a fusion, and you don't want to use those resources and hinder yourself from getting value from those resources elsewhere, right? Because if you go all in on this fusion and you just waste all your resources and you don't complete the fusion, next month you're going to be starting from scratch again. And it might take you, when I was at this point on your account, maybe I could do every third fusion. So if this one's not, if you really want to do a fusion, start saving right now. You should be able to do next month's fusion. You're clearing Nightmare Clan Boss. That'll get you the shards that you need in a month to do the next fusion. If you save and save and save all your gems, save all your potions, like any of your refill potions should be, in here. You should save all of, like, you don't have refill potions. You need refill potions. You need all of that stuff. Just save, hoard. And maybe you'll be able to do next month's, or if not next month's, maze, and that's okay. I mean, when you're at this, account level and this level of activity, unless you're a spender, it's very, very hard to do fusion. Yeah, actually, that's a good arena team. So you're using this, and it's go first, go second, lockout, reset. That's interesting. Or ninja for nuke. That's what I would probably suggest. So I think that team works. So let's just run it on auto. Do you have it set up? Let's set it up. Arbiter, Deacon, Alice, Kaimar. Okay, and we'll go here. I just want to make sure we do that. And you need her for this. You want to prioritize that. And then Kaimar, we're going to use the reset. But if we need to use the sleep, we can use the sleep, and we can always manual that portion. Let's just see what happens. It's going to work. It's a good team. It's a good team. I think if you're active, this team will get you to gold 5. You know, just pick teams that don't have speed leads, you know, like, or don't have turn meter fill or have kind of low team power. You got 180K, you know, so this is like, this should be slower than you. And if you go first, you wreck this team. You know, this team is about your power, but again, Arbiter versus Arbiter, they don't have a second turn meter fill. They don't have a Deacon, so they might go first, and then you could still cut in. Maybe. No, ally attack, it's a blender. All right, unfortunately. This one should be good. I think you need to get your Arbiter a little bit faster, if you can. Unfortunately, Stone Skin just kind of hoses you. It's not awful because of the you know, the lockout, but their Wukong getting a chance to go here. And not bad. I like this team. Yeah, we're too slow for this team, probably. That's a problem a little bit. This are probably okay. Depends how fast their high tune is. Yeah, we're okay. You should win a lot. This is a really good game. You watched my video and built this, huh? It's great. I love Deacon. I love Deacon in Arena. He is god tier Arena champion. He's so good. He's the only decreased defense champion in the game who also has a turn meter fill on the same turn. So yeah, I mean, this, I think what I would say is you have the teams, you know, you can manual a little bit, semi-manual, semi-auto, whatever. You can definitely cruise through this. Focus on getting your Arbiter and your Deacon a little bit faster. You have some room. You have some room. So if Arbiter gets faster, Deacon has to get faster because they're very close. But you know, right now he's in level 8 boots. So you've got another 24 speed you can put onto him without even changing his build. All you need is the silver, right? So that'll get him to 245. That's a really nice place for him. That'll be good for PvE too. And then you could get her, you know, make a few swaps. Like we said, maybe you could get her to like 280, 290. That's going to help. If you could get her to 300, that's awesome. You know, you can glyph a little bit of speed. You might be able to get some more speed out of figuring out these two pieces or even making some swaps somewhere else. You know, if you can get the a 6-star boot with an ascension for speed, that'll give you another 12 speed. But I mean, basically, it's a good team. So I would keep pushing that. That's going to help you build your Great Hall. And your Great Hall's going okay. It's going all right. Definitely not bad. You know, so keep pushing that. And I think that will help in a lot of areas. But the other great thing about having the fast Deacon, like at 245, 250, is he becomes your dungeon lead, right? Because you can't use Arbiter's aura in dungeons, but you can use his everywhere. So what would I focus on? I mean, you've got kind of a I would go and go and get your Mithrala. Definitely get your Mithrala. You know, so this is, you don't need to use 3 keys here to get the 17.85 million. Like, you don't get, your Clash is just your first key on each difficulty. You only need 7 million to get your warrior chest. So you should be focusing on getting, you know, this chest, this 20 million chest here. Let's see your teams. Yeah, I mean, teams are generally okay. I would say, you know, Vizix is your best overall Hydra champion, probably. Maybe combo Vizix with, actually, you're comboing Vizix with Razzlevarg and Arbiter, which is probably what you need to be doing. So yeah, I would just say, you know, try to get the top chest from normal, and then at least some chest from hard. Like, even, it doesn't have to be the top chest, right? Just get some chest from this, and if your clan, you know, doubles that for you, great. Let's look at your clan boss team again. You know, I would just focus on getting your nightmare done. If you can do nightmare and brutal every day, great. It's worth 3 keys or even 4 keys in nightmare to get the top chest. So if it takes 4 keys and you can't put another key into brutal, that's fine. If it takes 3 keys in nightmare and that means you don't get the top chest in brutal, that's fine. If you can push towards a place where you get a 3 key here and a 1 key here and you get the top chest of both, that would be a nice focus. That would be a nice incremental growth. That's going to allow you to start collecting those shards for a fusion. It's also going to allow you to get more books, which is nice. You're going to get more epic tomes. You know, you get epic tomes from this one. You can get epic tomes or legendary tomes from this one. That's your best source of legendary tomes is Clan Boss, and that's going to help you to book out some of these champions that, you know, you have. I don't know if everybody's booked. Yeah, like, you know, Alice is going to be better when she's booked. Razzlevarg's going to be better when he's booked. Vizix hopefully is. Yeah, she needs to be booked. Arbiter, okay, you don't have to book her anymore. I mean, you could, but you know, it's entirely up to you.
You are still
See,
awesome.
Christy,
Smile.
thanks. Thank you. You are still awesome. I appreciate it. Yeah, I always appreciate people who support the channel like that. It's fantastic. You know, I try to acknowledge everybody when I can. And I do appreciate the support for the channel. Yeah, I mean, Seeker could be really good because of the provoke on his A1, but that, you know, those epic tomes, you're going to need the epic tomes here in this. I like Seeker as a focus. He's really going to be high utility for you. I like Ray a lot. She's fully booked, so I would invest in this champion. Get her to 100% crit rate. Get her nice crit damage. You want good accuracy on her because she has this decreased defense on the A1, but she also has the freeze and the buff removal. So this is really valuable in wave content. She's great in dungeons. She's great in Doom Tower. You pair her with Kymar, and this pairing is really insane. You pair her with Ninja as well. This trio is really insane. So your dungeon teams could be something like Deacon, you know, Deacon, Seeker, Ninja, Kymar, Ray, and you'll never get touched. If you need a healer, you throw in Scylla the Drakes and you pull out Kymar, you know, and it's like that team will crush, right? Deacon gives you turn meter fill and decreased defense. You get more turn meter fill, increase attack. You get
2 different freezes. You get decreased defense on both champions. And then it's like literally, then you've got the AoE stun, you've got the slow on the A1, you get the heals, so the revive. That would be a crazy combo. Or, you could always bring in somebody like Cold Heart or Whisper for more boss killing. You could bring in Vizix for the AoE slow and the ally protection and more, wave control. I mean, you could go the other route. You could go the tanky route, right? Which is like still Deacon with the lead, Vizix and Sylve the Drakes for the wave control. You got the provokes, the slows, the stuns, and all of this. And then maybe, Ninja for boss killing and Ray for wave clear, or Alice for both because, you got our 5-star soul reap, and she's going to hit decently hard. She's got the lockout. That's more wave control. Though that dungeon team, like your dungeon teams should not be a problem, right? The trickiest one for you is probably going to be Spider. So, the great thing about Spider for you is once you can get through, we got to pick up these. Once you can get through the normal stages, let's see your Spider. Once you can get to hard mode is going to be easier for you than normal. Because when you kill spiderlings in hard mode, it does damage to the boss. And you've got really good champions for that. Like you'll be able to crush the waves. Alice is awesome. Razzlevarg is awesome. Ray is awesome. So you shouldn't have any trouble with hard mode. But you need to get there. So right now, how fast is your Cold Heart? Cold Heart's running a little slow. Get her into speed boots if you can. Get the crit damage like leveled up. Tomb Lord. I've never run a Tomb Lord. Yeah, he could be solid for that. He could be solid for that. But this is another legendary that needs books, right? I'm just thinking about, based on the fact that Ninja and Ray are booked, it's like, who would I book next? I don't know that I would book Tomb Lord next. Now, you do have an Akot the Seared who can do very good HP burns. He built? You've got to start getting everybody into speed boots as the main stat. Basically, nobody should have any boots other than speed as a main stat. 100% of your champions should have speed as a main stat. So when I see like this, I'm like, that's too, 136 is like really, really slow. Now, can you use Drexthar in a slow build? Yeah, because you can kind of use him as the Spiderling target in some affinities. But so let's say we did this, it's like, how do we make Drex the target? Put him in the lead. What's the minimum speed I would have on Alice? It really depends on where your account is, but if you're using her as a lockout champion, you want her faster, right? If you're using her as a nuker, she can be a little bit slower. So as a lockout champion, on my account, She'd have to be close to 300, if not over 300 speed. In the mid game, maybe somewhere around, like, if you're using her with Deacon, she should be within connected to Deacon. You could book Alice next, yeah, if you wanted. She's a very good champ. You already have the Kymar, so it's like, I don't think Kymar is booked either. But so what did I want to do here? I wanted to do, I just want to turn meter reduce the boss here. All right, so we just want people hitting Drex. We just want Spiderlings hitting Drex and getting HP burns. That's what we want. We want to keep turn meter decreasing the boss. We need to get Coldheart back alive. We're going to need Drex back alive too. Yeah, so this is what I would do probably. I would say your arena team's in good shape. So based on that, the need to book Alice next is reduced. Right? I think you've got a cool little comp there. I think you're going to get gold 5 no problem. Alice is usable in more places, but I don't think you need to book her right now. So, you're asking me, would you book Alice next? Alice could be booked next. But what I would say is, you want a high value champion, a champion where the books are going to add a lot of value, right? And I don't know that Alice's books are going to add a lot of value right now. So I'm thinking Razzlevarg or Vizix. Razzlevargs or Vizix or Kymar. If you book Kymar, if you can avoid his A1, I would, so potentially you could book him with 5 books. If you could get, this is a good book to get. It's not critical. These 4 books are important. Especially if you're going to use him, as a buff strip in a lot of places. So you could book him, but you have a buff strip already. Right? And this is 100% chance buff removal. So maybe not Kymar. Maybe you just run him the way he is. Raise your buff strip. Kymar is a reset. You only need 1 reset, so you don't need the book there. So then it comes down to Razzlevarg and Vizix. Now, for Hydra, you want this maxed out and you want this maxed out. You can avoid the A1 if you don't care, if you're using her primarily for Hydra, but getting this to 100% is also valuable. Literally every book is good on Vizix. I think it is about 11 books. Let's see, 1, 5, 6. No, it's only 10 books. These books are okay, but not critical. I think Razzlevarg, you want these books, but you really want these books. You need this cooldown here on the increased speed in order to really get the most out of his passive. And it feels like, like he could be your dungeon speed lead, but you also have a pretty good Deacon who could be your dungeon speed lead. So how critical is that? You want this at 100% chance. I would probably book Vizix. Just walking my way through it, I'm like, yeah, I think the highest value books are on Vizix. I think she's going to give you the most return for your investment.
And you've got her in a curse set. She's slow. She's got HP. You put her in boots, speed boots, and you're talking about 215 speed, maybe you could get to something like that. No, it's going to be less because you're so 220 speed. No, what did I just say? 250. So it's more like 200 speed. But maybe a slight rework of some of her stuff. You know, get her going. If you have any pinpoint accessories, no, you don't. So yeah, keep an eye out for your feral gear, your perception gear. You know, keep building her. She doesn't need crit rate. No, wait a second. She does need crit rate. Does she need crit rate on her A1? It has to be. No. It doesn't need crit rate. Who am I thinking of? Armiger, maybe. So she doesn't need crit rate. So that wouldn't be bad on her. I mean, we're going to lose our. Are we going to lose our cursed set? Question is, you know, do we lose the curse set? So let's see what we have for cursed. Hey, Canuck, good to see you, man. Early game for Alice. If Alice is your nuker and you're in the early game, you want to try to get her to about 170, 180. If you are pushing a little bit more, you know, you want to get her to 200, that's great. But early game, a nuker can run at 170, 180. That's a good number for them. You know, beginning of the game, you're not going to get that fast. You'd be running at like 140, 150. But I would say, yeah, early game, 170, 180. As you enter the mid game, you want to push that to like 190, closer to 200. Your goal for your nukers is to get to like 206, 207. And the reason that is because there's a lot of PvE content where the enemy waves run at around 100 to 105 speed. And so if you can get to double their speed, that's a good place to be. Also, you know, for boss fights and stuff like that, you want a lot of bosses run kind of slow. They run, you know, 100 to 150 speed. So with turn meter fill, you can double their speed as well. So really, getting across that 200 threshold is really nice. Once you get to about 225, that's a great place for your nukers to sit for a long time until you approach late game. Once you get into the late game, now you have to start pushing them again. But 225 is like the number for me. I'm like, 225 is an awesome number for a well-built nuker in the solid mid game. But again, depends on the nuker, depends on the role that they're playing. So, and depends on the composition that you have. So if you're running like Arbiter in a lot of PvE content, which you can, by the way, she's very good. She gives you so much turn meter fill. Maybe you can run your nukers a little bit slower, and therefore they can hit a little bit harder. Or if they need accuracy, like Ray, you can get a little bit more accuracy into their kit. But yeah, basically, early game, yeah, like 170, 180. I think that's good. Yeah, so 156 is a little bit slow. Depends how early you are. And again, depends what, you know, how you're running that champion. So here we're at 215. This is a beautiful speed for a nuker. It's a beautiful speed for a nuker at this point in the game. But if she's a lockout champion, technically she needs to be faster because you need your lockouts to go before your nukers go, right? Or you need a lot of turn meter fill. So as long as it's connected, if it's speed tuned, which we have here, we have an Arbiter into a Deacon into an Alice, that's great. She's still going to be pretty viable in PvE at this build level. Her accuracy is just enough for a lot of the stuff. Like your accuracy for up to stage 25 of the dungeons is 225. That's what you need. For Doom Tower, it goes up faster. So if you want to do Doom Tower hard and you want to lock out, you're going to need more accuracy than this. But it's still a really good number, you know. So this Alice is actually awesome. You know, we have a little bit of extra crit rate here, right? You can see we're at 112% crit rate. So potentially we could swap that out. We could get rid of some crit rate and potentially pick up a little more crit damage. That would be nice. You know, and you can look for ways to do that. But yeah, I mean, of all of the champions, you know, that we have here, it feels like the arena team's built well. The arena team's built really well. Everybody else is kind of suffering. And primarily it's because of this speed boot thing, right? So 99% of your champions should have speed as a main stat on their boots. So I don't even bother keeping boots like this. When I do a gear cleanse, you know, it's like the first thing I do is I come here, I check out these 3 pieces. I go to primary stats. I go flat HP, flat attack, flat defense, and I sell all of this stuff. Right? Now, if I were going to keep something out of this group, it would primarily be flat HP and a chest piece or a glove, but not a boot. Right? And it would have to be a set where that makes sense. So for instance, this set doesn't make sense. This set doesn't make sense. I don't care about this. I don't care about this or this. I don't care about this. Lethal, I might keep it if I had crit rate. You know, you can keep these and rework them later if you want to rework pieces. Does that have speed as a substat? Yeah, so that gets kept, but everything else gets sold. Right? But as far as boots are concerned, flat stats always get sold on every boot. I don't even care if it's like, I'm not going to save any of these. So these are all sold. So boots should be primary stat speed. That they should all be that. Any damage set should have a substat of crit rate. So sometimes, like for Bloodthirst, you get crit rate in the set, so you can get away without having crit rate on the boot itself. For Cruel, this is going to make it harder to get to 100% crit rate. Now, if you're currently running crit rate gloves in a lot of places, then you can get away with not having crit rate on a speed boot. It's okay because you're going to overshoot the crit rate with your gloves. That tends to be the case. So for instance, let's look at, we have crit rate on the gloves here. You're getting 60% crit rate. So that means from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces, remember you get 15% crit rate naturally. So we're up to 75% crit rate. So we have 5 pieces to get 25%. And if you go with the mastery, you only need 5 pieces to get 20%. Right? So you need an average of 4 crit rate per piece, which means if you have one piece like this with 21% crit rate, that's literally all the crit rate you need. 60, 81, plus the 15 is 96, plus the 5% is 101. You literally don't need any crit rate on this piece, this piece, this piece, or this piece. Right? So you can do that if you're still running crit rate gloves, which you do kind of into the middle of the mid game. Like one of the big transitions in the mid game is going to start equipping crit damage gloves, because that's the ultimate goal. You want to get crit damage, right? But a crit damage glove means I'm losing 60% crit rate. Now I need to get that 60% crit rate from these 6 pieces, right? Or set bonuses or whatever. So if you think about it this way, I've got the 15% natural crit rate. I've got the 5% crit rate from the mastery. That's 20%. So I need 80% crit rate out of these 6 pieces, because you don't get crit rate out of any of these pieces, right? No crit rate there. So 80% divided by 6 is 12 and a half. 12 and a half? No, it's 13.333 or whatever, right? So you need an average of 13 crit rate per piece, and that includes the glove. So the glove should have crit rate as a substat. Crit damage gauntlets should always have a crit rate substat. unless you are in a set that gives you crit rate. So, for instance, where were we? We were with Bloodthirst, right? So this gives 12% as a set bonus for 4 pieces. So that means you're getting 3 crit rate per piece as a set bonus. So now instead of needing 13% crit rate per piece, you need 10% per piece. Or maybe you can drop one, crit rate off of one piece and you can maintain it from all of the others. But that's tricky. So like this speed boot, it's a 5-star speed boot, right? Unless it rolls on the last roll into crit rate, this entire 12% is being applied to the boots, basically. That means all the other pieces need roughly 14% crit rate. So 14, 14, 14, 14, 14, 0. Right? But the 0 is really 12. And so we go 14 times 5, which is 70. 12 is 82. And then I get the 15 and the 5 from masteries. So I'm at 102% crit rate. That's how you hit that crit rate. So for this part of where you are, where you're running these crit rate gauntlets, especially if you have 6-star crit rate gauntlets, because remember, 5 stars is only 50%. But if you run a crit rate gauntlet, that gives you a lot of flexibility with the pieces that you can run and you can keep. So instead, you might look for crit damage, speed, accuracy, right? Those other things that you need. So, potentially, we would pair this with, a crit rate gauntlet, and that would make it really easy to build from some other, from some other set. So as we get into these champions and we're like, okay, we need, this to be speed now. We think about it, that's a 45 speed difference. So we're talking about, what is this? 163. So we're going to get this to 208 just from that one swap. 208. That's a much, much better speed. Now this is a support champion. If this were a nuker, 208 would be beautiful, but this is a support champion. So we really need him to be running at 230, 240. Right? Something closer to that. So how do we get that? Well, now for these kinds of pieces, we're not looking for crit rate as a substat. We're looking for speed as a substat. No speed here. One roll here, right? Again, this is a crit damage gauntlet, by the way, which we don't really need on him because he's not running any crit rate. Speed. So if we can get, a little bit of a better roll into speed here, and we can get some speed on the chest plate. Now we can all of a sudden, remember, anytime you get a substat, you can also glyph it, right? So like this, let's say we get speed on the chest piece and we roll it once and we get 9 speed. We can glyph that with an additional 3 or 4 speed. Now we're talking about a 13-point speed increase, right? We do that with 2 pieces. We're talking about 25 speed-ish, right? Plus the 45 on the boots. Now we're talking about 70 speed over where we're at. We're currently at 263. Now 163. Now we'd be at, 233. That's a perfect speed for him. That's exactly where we want him, right? Like that's literally how we want that build. So it's not a huge swap. It's something that you just have to pay attention to as you're getting your gear. So, for instance, I'm like, all right, I've got a 5-star speed boot here, right? It's going to be 5-star speed boot is 40 speed, not 45. But I do that, right? Now I'm looking for a chest piece with speed as a substat. I've got one in this set. It's accuracy. I'm swapping accuracy for accuracy, right? Okay, so this is 12 speed. This is going to be an additional 35 speed. I can glyph this, right? So if you look where we are, like I lost 3 speed, right? Where did I lose the 3 speed from? From the perception set? From the perception set. So we're losing the perception set. Right? So we're keeping the accuracy because accuracy and perception have the same amount of speed. We lost the perception set bonus, but we got 12 speed here on the chest piece. We run this up. This is going to be 40 speed. we're going to be running at 195 just from this. We're going to glyph. That'll get us to 198-ish, right? We do that a couple more times. And it's like, all right, yeah. Now we're on the move. Let's see what we can do here. Let's go ahead and just look at like the pieces. All right, so we have a righteous piece here. It's got some speed on it. It's not a bad piece. It's got 10% as a set bonus. Well, we've got, a couple of pieces here that are not matching that set bonus. So can we find... No, there isn't an additional righteous piece. So let's remove this piece. Oops, let's not do that. Go on. We want to be, but let's replace this piece with something that's going to give us speed. We can go back to the perception set. That's not bad. We could try the speed set. We could try accuracy, speed. We want, we want some accuracy on them. We'll just use this piece, which is not a good piece. But we'll use that piece. Let's look at here, here, and here. That's a nice piece. That's a nice piece. Do that piece. Do this piece. Glove. We don't want crit rate or crit damage. Let's just find something with HP or defense or flat HP. Okay, we do that. And then let's go back to these pieces. Look for substat of speed. The accuracy set. Speed and accuracy. All right, so now, again, it's the same thing we were doing with the last takeover where it's like streamlining this build. Right? Look at our speed. Our speed is 2 better than it was before. We've only lost 40 accuracy, by the way. Right? We traded in some of that crit rate and crit damage, which we don't need. Right? We lost a little bit of defense and HP. Nothing's rolled yet. We're going to get a ton of defense on this. We're going to get speed, accuracy, HP here. We're going to get a ton of HP here. Speed, accuracy, attack here. Right? We still have more accuracy available here. We still have more speed available here. This is going to end up with, let's see, this is going to get us an additional 35 speed. That gets us to 200 on the nose. Right? So if we roll into speed here or here, that's going to get us additional speed, plus the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 glyphs, which is going to give us an additional 15 speed. We're probably going to be running around 230. Right? With better accuracy, by the way, because if we run this up, we're going to get an additional, what do we get? 33 accuracy there? No, max 96. We get 49 accuracy. 49 additional accuracy. So we'll have more accuracy, more speed. We'll probably end up close to the same amount of defense because we're going to get all of this defense. We'll be a little bit lower on defense. We will. I mean, maybe we'll get a little defense. We could get defense HP. But so let's say we end up with like 2,400. So we've traded away 200 defense. We're going to end up with a lot more HP. We'll probably end up over 60,000. So tankiness will have gone up relative to where we were. Speed will have gone up. Accuracy will have gone up. And all we've traded away is crit rate and crit damage that we're not using anyway. Right? So this is, I'll just go ahead and save this. And we'll say this is Loki. We'll call it Loki base, right? This is just, we'll do it even as a global preset. This is a really simple Loki build. Why do we have him here? Well, we want him tanky. We want him accurate because he's a debuffer, right? We're going to build him that way. Now, it doesn't have to be Loki. Like, we could use this build on anybody whose primary role is debuffing, right? We could use it on Vizix. We could use it on Kymar. We could use it on, yeah, we don't have a ton of debuffers here, but you could use it on War Maiden. The question becomes, like, how much speed do you need? Is the 230 or whatever that you can reach, is that going to be enough? If it's not, then you have to start looking for pieces that either, like, instead of accuracy, we have to go back to perception to get extra speed, or we have to go to the speed set or the divine speed set in order to get extra speed. Because the fastest, if you think about it this way, the fastest you're ever going to be able to run is with the maximum speed rolls in a set that also gives you speed, like as a set bonus, right? So imagine you had a perfect quad roll in speed in the defense set, right? You're like, wow, that's a really fast piece. Yes, but you could be faster if it were a perfect quad roll in a speed set, because then you would also get the set bonus, right? Now, I'm not saying that you wouldn't take the quad roll in the defense set. Of course you would. That would be awesome. But my point is, like, you can think of these set bonuses as substat rolls. 12% speed is 2 substat rolls, and it's 2 good substat rolls. It's 6 speed and 6 speed. It can actually be 3 rolls if it's a 4, 4, and 4, right? If you think of it that way. So it's 2 good speed substat rolls. So a 6-star piece that rolls into speed, like if this is 3 rolls, right? It's your base roll plus 2 rolls. So we're averaging 5.33 speed per roll here on a 6-star piece. These are perfect 6-point rolls, basically. So it's 2 additional rolls. So you can have 3 of those sets. You can wear 3 speed sets. That's 6 additional substat rolls. Perfect 6-point substat rolls, right? We're talking about, now, the reason I'm calling it that is because it's a percentage and I'm averaging it at 100 speed, right? But it's even more valuable on fast champions, because 12% speed on somebody who's 115 speed or 110 speed, that's more. That's more value than it is on somebody who's 97 speed. And then you go to the masteries and you go down and you say, okay, I'm going to pick up the Lore of Steel. This increases that by 15%, right? So a 12% speed increase from the set bonus gets multiplied by 1.15, right? So you're adding an additional 15%, which is 1.8 additional speed per set, right? And if you have 3 of those, that's 5.4% additional speed on somebody who's running at 110 speed, base speed. So now we're talking about 7 speed. So Lore of Steel gives you an additional 7 speed if you're running those speed sets. That doesn't happen if you're running broken sets, right? It doesn't happen if you're running a really fast defense set. It only happens if you're running that speed set. So Lore of Steel, you think, okay, what's 7 speed? Well, 7 speed could be the difference of going first or going second in the arena. It can be the difference between hitting your speed tune for the clan boss and not hitting your speed tune for the clan boss. So, you want to think about these things. And by the way, Lore of Steel is incredibly powerful when you're talking about the 9-piece sets. So if we go down here, let's look at let's look at Merciless. Okay, so the attack gets boosted by 15%. The increased crit damage gets boosted by 15%. The increased speed gets boosted by 15%. The 4-piece, the 6-piece, and the 9-piece do not get boosted. But 6 of these bonuses will get boosted by an additional 15%. So here you're getting 10% speed. Well, now you're getting 11.5. Here you're getting 30% crit damage. So now you're getting, 34.5. It's like, if you have a Slayer set, which you don't happen to have right now, but if you have a Slayer set, it gives crit rate. So you get bonus crit rate. You could actually get extra crit rate. So it's like, oh, I need to throw a ring on that gives me 5% crit rate, but I have Lore of Steel, which gives me an additional 15%. Well, that's 0.75, but 0.75 gets rounded up. So you actually get 6 crit rate instead of 5 crit rate. Sometimes that 1% crit rate gets you from 99% to 100%. So, all of these little ways of understanding how the stats and the gear go together with the masteries and all that stuff, that takes a while to build that knowledge, to get to the point where you're really understanding how all of this stuff works together. But honestly, it's like, you have to do it manually to really see it. This is one of the reasons why I love the Hell Hades Optimizer. I'll never say it's a bad piece of software. It's an amazing piece of software. It's a great tool, but it needs to be utilized in conjunction with some manual work, some like getting your hands dirty, like looking at this stuff and building teams and gear and, you know, like build outs, whatever you want to call them, loadouts, like manually, because you really need to see all of the numbers change. You need to get into the filter and use the preset managers in the fitting room and all of this stuff and try out these all these little things and watch the total stats here. Watch how they change, watch how they move, like figure out where the stats are coming from. I like that aspect. Some people may find it a headache, and that's why the optimizer is such a great tool for so many people. It's because it's like, dude, I don't want to think about that stuff. But like, if we look at, all right, like just look at this account. This account is level 74, right? And I'm not in any way, shape, or form trying to take a shot at Loney here. I'm not at all. But with this roster, this much time playing, this level of accomplishment, all these login rewards, right? All this stuff. Like on my challenge account, which is less than 60 days old, I'm in Gold 5 Arena. And I have been for like a month. Like I got to Gold 5 Arena in like, no, not even 40 days, like 35 days. I think it was just about a month. I got to Gold 5 Arena. And I've been farming that consistent. You know, and here we are in Gold 3 with Arbiter, with Kymar. Right? And it's not the champions. It's not the champions that are the problem. It's not even the team composition that's the problem. It's understanding all of the little connective stuff, right? And that comes from experience. So the difference between Loney here and me is that I've been playing this game for 4 years. So when I go back to the beginning, I have an unfair advantage, right? Like I'm taking 4 years of knowledge and going back to the beginning of the game, and I'm min-maxing all of that stuff in the early game in order to leverage it into progress, you know? So I look at dungeons and I'm like, you know, where are we on hard mode dungeons? Okay. I've cleared stage 1 of Dragon, hard mode Dragon. I did it in about 45 days. Right? I've got Gold 5 Arena. I've got Sand Devil's Necropolis to 13, I think, or 14. You know, I got Phantom Shogun to, I think I got Phantom Shogun to 16. You know, Fire Knight Castle, I think I'm on like 21. Maybe not. Maybe I'm on like 19. Spider's Den, I'm on like 21. 21 or 22. So we're talking about very similar levels of progress. I'm like stage 8 on Iron Twin. Right? And it's because of this understanding of gear and masteries and stats and all of the interactions. And the way you get that knowledge is by watching videos, by watching live streams, by talking to other players, but also by experimenting in game, by literally getting, like I'm talking about, like get away from the optimizer and just manually play around with this. When you have a gear removal weekend, like set aside like 4 hours to just get in here and mess around with your builds, right? Because this will help you understand where you're getting everything. Look at the substats. Understand that, like, okay, a 5-piece artifact has substats from 4 to 6 or from 9 to 11, right? So it's like the speed on a 5-star artifact could be 4, 5, or 6. Right? On a 6-star artifact, it can be 5 or 6. Right? So when you see a 6-star artifact, the natural, like the base speed roll will always be a 5 or a 6. On a 5-star artifact, it can be a 4. Let's see if we have one. There's a 5. I should just do this. Okay, so look at this. So this is a 9, right? We've got one successful roll on a 5-star artifact. That's a 5 and a 4. But on a 6-star piece, it's not going to happen. You're going to get a minimum of 10. Get a maximum of 12. Right? So this 16 on this 6-star had to be a 5, a 5, and a 6. It couldn't be a 6, a 6, and a 4. Like, that's not possible. right? So understanding little things like that, then you can look at this and you can say, okay, this is pretty good. A 5 and a 6, like 11 is a decent one roll speed on a 6-star piece. So if I see a piece, let's say, and crit rate's the same thing. So crit rate can be a 4, a 5, and a 6, or a 5, 6, and a 7. So if I'm looking for crit rate, let me go for crit rate. So let's say I'm looking to create a damage piece, right? So like this, I'm like, oh, this has got crit rate on it. That's great, but it's 4. On a 5-star piece, it's got a 4. It can roll 2 more 4s. So potentially the low end of this will be a 12. The high end of this, right? It could be a 4, 5, or 6. The high end of this would be a 16. That's a pretty big variance. So for instance, if I roll this and I hit the crit rate, but I only get to 8, or I missed in this case. But like that's something to keep in mind about, like how do I invest in this? Like I look at this piece, 16. That's a 5, a 5, and a 6. That's pretty good for a 5-star piece because it's 4, 5, or 6 on a roll. So the low end again would be 12 at this point, and the high end would actually be 18. Right? So 12 to 18, and it's at 16. That's closer to the high end. It's on the high half, right? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. 16% crit rate. So that's a piece worth keeping. But now, if I had, like, if this were a 6-star piece, be not quite as good because the high would be 21 and the low would be 15. And it would be much closer to the low end, And so it's little stuff like this that, like, over time, you just kind of collect this knowledge and you start to put it together and you're like, oh, how many stats am I giving away based on the rolls? How many stats am I giving away based on a broken set? How much should I invest into, crit rate gauntlets and what do I have to pair with that to get the value out of it? Not just for this champion, but for my roster. Because every broken piece is 2 broken sets. Right? Like if it's a two-piece set, it's always 2, like, if I broke a set to put it on, I put a speed set on this champion, that means the matching set is on somebody else, which means that champion is also wearing a broken set. So every broken piece is 2 broken sets, right? It's 2 champions who have broken sets, or you can consolidate them onto one champion. You only get 1 set out of it, but now you freed up a set on the other champion to potentially create a new completed set. So, I think the big thing here for this particular roster, again, good champions. I like your arena team. I think that will form the core of a lot of your dungeon teams. I think Vizix, I love Vizix. Other people don't value Vizix as highly, but I think the combo of you going faster and slowing down and controlling the enemy is incredibly valuable. You have Vizix, who's got decreased speed for bosses, decreased turn meter for bosses, provokes for waves. You pair that with a lockout champion, with the stun champion, with a reset champion, with 2 turn meter fillers, like with a speed champion. She works with everybody on your roster. That's why she deserves the books next. And also she's going to make your Hydra team so much better. Once she's booked, she's going to make your Hydra team so much better. She'll work in every dungeon. She's Void Affinity. You can use her against Dark Fae. You can use her against Spider. You can use her against Fire Knight. You're going to use her against Iron Twins. She's going to be great against Iron Twins. She's going to give you that consistent slow against every affinity in Iron Twins. Yeah, so I think she's the key to the roster right now. And then all you need to do is start swapping, these attack percentage boots and all these other things for speed boots on everybody that you can. And then just, complete your sets. Look at your sets. Think about optimizing the way we talked about. This roster is a beautiful, beautiful early mid-game roster. It's really nice. For level 72 or 74 where you are, I love this roster. You've got everything that you need. Honestly, you've got everything that you need pretty much all the way through until close to endgame. Like the one thing you're maybe missing here is, I mean, you have Whisper, so that definitely alleviates some of the need, and you've got Coldheart. But what you're missing maybe is a really hard-hitting nuke champion, like somebody who's just a boss killer. I don't even know that that's true. You've got Ninja, you've got Whisper, and you've got Coldheart. So maybe I'm just, I'm thinking about like top end champions. Like, who's your wave clear? You got pretty good wave clear in Ray and Alice. So if I'm thinking about like what you need a speed lead, you've got it. You need turn meter fill. Actually, you've got 2 good speed leads. You need an increased speed champion, you've got it. You've got another one here. You've got turn meter fill, turn meter fill, turn meter fill. You've got lockout champion, buff strip, AoE decreased defense, single target decreased defense, AoE decreased defense and attack, AoE decreased defense, single target weaken, block buffs, AoE sleep, AoE provoke, AoE slow, AoE stun, reviver. You're missing a cleanse. You're missing a cleanse and a block debuff. You've got a cleanse and a block debuff down here, which is not great. Heals, buff extension. Yeah, you've got a block debuffs and a cleanse right here. It's not the best one in the game, but you've got one. So you're not missing that. Revive. You literally have... You don't have an AoE weaken. You got poisons. You got HP burns. Yeah, the only thing you're missing that I can see, like literally, this is a crazy good roster. You have everything. You have almost everything in the game with the champions that you've already gotten built. It's like you've even got a decent ally protector down here if you want to go that route. You've got some more turn meter decrease and poisons here, boss killer. You got an AoE HP burn down here. You could always invest in if you wanted to, if you needed more AoE HP burns. You got a reset champion here. You got a reset champion. You literally have everything. You have everything. You've got freezes, AoE stuff. You have everything in your roster. How do you have so much in this roster with so few champions? It's kind of insane. The more I look at this roster, the more I'm like, you've gotten incredibly lucky with the particular pulls that you've had. I think the next upgrade would be like, you'd be looking for like an Elva or a Pythion, maybe an ally attacker like Podrig. But don't you have do you have the Fat Man? Did I see him at some point? No. So like you could use an ally attacker maybe. It's like I'm like, what else do you need? And once you get an ally attacker, you're going to use you're going to use your ally attack with Ray or with Sinesh or with Kaimar, these AoE A1 damage dealers. Yeah, it's kind of an insane roster. Hex. You're missing a Hex. Right? I mean, you've even got a Petrify here. So once you get Mithrala, she's going to give you that cleanse. She'll double up with your shields and your Hex and your Petrify, more poisons. So Mithrala will give you some nice stuff here. If you get to your Lydia, eventually you'll get, decreased defense and AoE decreased defense and AoE weaken on the same skill. So it's the AoE weaken, I think, is the one thing that you're really missing. And then, but yeah, you got an insane roster. So now it's just, you don't really need that many new champions. When you get new champions, if they're good, you're going to want to build them. If you pull you pull a Sulfurion, it's like, yeah, I'm going to go that route because Sulfurion's god tier. If you pull a Siphi, yeah, you're going to go that route because she's god tier. But honestly, you don't have a lot of needs. You have a great roster. You have a really, really good roster that's flexible, that can take on all the content in the game. And, you just need to optimize the champions you have. So speed boots everywhere. Make sure you're hitting your accuracy thresholds. Check the raid stages tool on hellhades.com to make sure you've got the accuracy and the speeds that you need for the content that you're taking on. And otherwise, just keep investing in, the champions that you've already got built. Book Vizix, and then you can decide, Alice or Kymar next. No, Razelvarg next, probably. Vizix and Razelvarg next. And then it would be Kymar or Alice. Yeah, and ally attackers are nice, counter attackers are nice, but they're not critical. You can always, get Morag, right? You probably have Morag somewhere. But if you don't, where do we get Morag? She's from the I don't even know where you find that. So where do you find that? Player points. Yeah, you'll get Morag. And she's a decent ally attacker. So you'll get her at some point. But Loney, you've got an awesome account, man. You've got an awesome account. And you've got some decent gear out there too. So like just keep doing what you're doing. There are things that you can start to do to refine a little bit. So you want to prioritize specific sets and start getting rid of other sets that you don't need as much. So, you're going to get more value out of sets like Perception. You really want to be farming your faction crypts every day. Get into the Doom Tower, bosses, farm up some lethal gear, farm up some Bloodthirst gear, farm up some Guardian sets. Those are kind of the ones that I use, are these three. Keep farming Hydra, get your Mithrala, get your protection gear, your stone skin, get into Centranos. That's going to help you get some Merciless. The only really valuable basic sets, like, out of dungeons now, are regeneration and speed and stun to some extent. I'm trying to think of any. I mean, Savage is it's been so power crept. Savage is okay now, but you don't need much Savage because you're going to be getting lethal. You're going to get Merciless. Those are the sets that you want to be using instead. So a lot of this like divine stuff is going to go. Divine speed is the one that I keep. That's the most valuable one. Divine crit rate is not bad. Divine offense is not good. Divine life is not good. You can get rid of all of your avenging. You don't need any of these. You can get rid of a lot of your toxic. You don't need a lot of toxic. So keep really, really good pieces. 6-star, like epic legendary pieces that have good substats. Destroy is okay. Frost you can get rid of most of. Just keep really, really good pieces. Daze is awful. Get rid of all of it. Fury is awful. Get rid of all of it. Accuracy is an okay set, but you can keep just really, really good pieces because you have Perception, right? So Perception is an upgraded accuracy set. So you don't want to keep like mediocre accuracy pieces. So the pieces, offense can go, defense for the most part can go. Crit damage is pretty good. Resistance is not great. Lifesteal, you don't need that many sets, so you want to keep good pieces, like really, really good pieces. Again, Bloodthirst is an upgraded lifesteal set. But yeah, you can cleanse out a lot of this stuff. And then just, speed boots and speed substats. And when I look for substats, I usually look for combos. So for instance, I'm always looking for speed. And I want to combo it either with crit rate. And if crit damage comes along, that's awesome. This is literally the quartet of damage, like substats that you want. Speed, because everybody needs speed. Attack, most of your damage dealers are attack based. Crit rate, because you need it to get to 100%. And crit damage, because that's going to boost your overall damage. Those are the 4 substats that you want. So if this were a rare and I was looking for the first 2, I would look for speed and crit rate. Those are the 2 most important. If I'm looking for 3, I want speed, crit rate, and crit damage. If I'm getting 4, speed, crit rate, crit damage, and then a damage stat. So attack or defense or HP. HP percentage is really good here. Accuracy is really good because there are damage dealers like Alice, like Wukong, like there are others, Herndig, who need accuracy in their kits as well as the crit rate and the crit damage. So, those are the stats that I'm looking for. So when I look at this, I'm like, this has none of them. Doesn't have speed, doesn't have crit rate. Those are the two most important for damage dealers. This is a bad piece that should be just thrown away. Like attack and crit damage are good, and they're good together, but without speed and without crit rate, they're almost useless. Here, this has at least got crit rate. It's not bad, but again, 4% crit rate, not great. With attack and HP, it's okay. It's okay, but it's a really marginal piece. Here, I'm in a damage dealing set, right? The set gives crit damage as a bonus, so I need crit rate as a substat. No crit rate, no crit rate, no crit rate. Here, this is a decent piece, but again, 4-star piece, low rolls into speed 3, high roll into crit rate at 5, which is not bad. Accuracy here. So it's like out of all of these pieces, basically none of them are good. The best piece is this one, which is a 4-star piece, and you're growing beyond that. So, spend some time with your gear, do a good gear cleanse. Don't over cleanse. You can always save kind of marginal pieces for faction war champions, or really good pieces in like Avenging, this is an awful set. Like I get rid of all of this, but if you have a nice 6-star piece, it could go on a faction grip champion. It's like that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think your arena team's awesome. Keep farming. In fact, let's finish out this takeover by doing a little bit of, let's see. I'm just wondering about that terrace. This is a tanky team. I just wanted to see if we could go up to a real high level of power differential. Could be tricky. All right, let's see if I can manual the rest of the way. Close, huh? So what was that power differential? 180 versus 350. And if I manualed that, or if you had a slight rebuild, I bet you could win that. I like your arena team. I like your arena team a lot. All right, well, listen, enjoy the account. If you have any questions, feel free to send me a DM from time to time. I'll get to them if I can. So that's true for everybody who I give a takeover to, and just in general, I'm pretty friendly about DMs. I do get a lot of DMs though, so sometimes I don't get to all of them. But yeah, enjoy the account. Good luck with the re-gearing, and yeah, I would not worry about this fusion. I would let this fusion go. All right. Yeah, I think some of the gear is there. But you're always going to benefit from farming, better gear and better gear and better gear. I primarily farm gear in the Forge early on. You're definitely at the point where you can farm, Dragon 24. This is a good place to farm gear. It's pretty efficient. You could certainly farm stage 20, stage 24. And as you get better gear and you get faster and you get those speed boots, you're going to find that you can push Dragon pretty far. So stage 6 is a great place to farm. Stage 10 is obviously a great place to farm. Yeah, that's what I would do. All right, so we're going to call that a takeover. Again, thank you to Lonely Row. It is 5 o'clock almost, so I'm going to take, let's see, I'm going to take a couple of minute breaks to get a bathroom break and a refill on my drink because my throat is getting dry. And then we'll come back and we'll try to do one more, we'll do one more takeover. But it's going to have to be a quick one. Let's see, come on, log back into my account, please.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. Ooh, those are pretty good boots. I've actually been looking for lifesteal boots with crit rate as a substat on them for a long time because I'm currently running these that don't have any crit rate on them. But if I could get a decent crit rate roll, I think I could get into some crit damage gloves. I think I have pretty good crit damage gloves in lifesteal. I have these. And it's got a crit rate roll on it. But I don't have a lot of silver, and I'm going for this fusion. 4.85 million. How much are these boots? 607,000. Actually, kind of reasonable. Then I have to roll it, which is going to take 1.5 million. So it's like, this is really a 2 million silver investment. All right, I'm gonna run a couple of dragons here. Maybe I should run stage 24. Takes so long. Let's just do 2 of these. And hopefully I'll be back in time. We'll do one more takeover. Our very last Takeover Tuesday takeover. Be right back. Darn! Ah!
It happens. It does happen. We had an issue with that early on. People were taking them when they shouldn't be. But we've been pretty good recently. But everybody makes mistakes. I did it once. So, once. My mother did that once. Once. Man, you know I'm 50 if I'm making that reference. If anybody can put that reference in the chat right now, you win the next takeover. I will give you the next takeover. I won't even spin the wheel. People are going to be Googling the heck out of that. If you know that reference, you are my generation or older. You didn't hear the reference. Uh-oh. Bryce, you got it. Oh, T-Claus. Yeah. All right, Bryce. You want the takeover, buddy? I should spin for the takeover, but tell you what, I'll give you a takeover anyway, just not on the live stream. Shoot me a DM right now, and I'll give you a takeover some other time. You too, T-Claus, actually. I'll give you both takeovers. Just for that reference. Send me DMs right now. In my Discord, and I'll get you locked in. And confirm it in the chat so I know it's you. Give it away again? I'm going to give away a free takeover right now. If you don't want it, you don't want it. That's fine. All right. Let's go ahead and reset the wheel. Removing all the reactions. You know what? This is the last takeover ever, so I'm not going to go through the spiel again. If you don't know how to do a takeover, ask somebody in the chat. That's one thing. That's the one thing, maybe the only thing I'm not going to miss about Takeover Tuesdays is having to do this spiel every time. Woo! All right, Doctor Who. Shadowkin. What's the saying for Shadowkin? It's like emerge from the shadows or something. What was it? It's like the shadow. What did we say? I forget the saying for the Shadowkin. I'm sorry, Charles. Oh, Rocky and Bullwinkle. I watched Rocky Bullwinkle when I was a kid. I mean, it wasn't current. No, it was. It was current, I think. For a couple of years. The Shadow Rises. No, it was something about... All right. He-Man and Voltron, I remember that too. That was me. That was my era. Yeah, I am, let's see. Technically, I am 11 hours away from being 50 years old. I will be 50 tomorrow, like 4 a.m. So, there you have it. There we go. New decade. It's a big one, too. Embrace the shadows. That might have been it. Embrace the shadows. I like it. You're 23 and you Watch a lot of MASH and Gilligan's Island. Yeah, I definitely watched a lot of MASH and Gilligan's Island. When I was a little kid and I would go to my grandfather's house, my grandparents' house, I would watch TV with him. And we would watch things like Gilligan's Island and The Benny Hill Show and Price is Right. You know, we watched all sorts of shows, Tom and Jerry, you know, and it's like, so I watched a lot of that stuff with him. When I was a little bit older and I was like in school and coming back from school, I was watching things like Thundercats and Voltron and G.I. Joe and those. He-Man. I didn't like He-Man that much. Like, he was all right, but I didn't like him I loved Thundercats. I thought Thundercats was like my favorite. What I was referencing was, what did I say? Like, my mother did that once. Joe there's a movie called Johnny Dangerously with Michael Keaton and Joe Piscopo and a bunch of other people. It's a very funny movie. It did not age well. It's kind of it's not. I mean, it was an offensive movie back then, intentionally. But he makes that joke through the whole movie. You're giving me like 40. You're saying I was 40 years old? I wish I was 40 years old. That wouldn't be bad. Thank you, Avabuka. I honestly, my 40s were really good. I met my wife in my 40s, got married in my 40s, had my first kid in my 40s. My 40s were a very fulfilling decade. I felt, wiser, calmer, more capable, made fewer mistakes than I made in my 20s and 30s. My 30s were good too. Honestly, each decade's gotten a little bit better. So, like, I would say my 30s were better than my 20s. And I think my 40s were better than my 30s. Now, my 50s, hopefully that keeps the trend going. If my 50s are better than my 40s, it's going to be a very good decade. So I've enjoyed it. There's a little bit of a funny thing with my wife. My wife's in her 30s. So now there's like a whole decade between. Which before, it was like, oh, well, she was 30s, I was 40s. It wasn't that far. And now she's 30s, I'm 50. Not for a long time, but for a little time, It's like, oh, man, he's married to an old man. What was that, QQ? What? Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and give away a takeover. Let's spin the wheel. The very last Takeover Tuesday takeover. It may be a short one. I've only got about 45 minutes, and then I gotta run. But we'll do our best. I appreciate everybody who's been part of Takeover Tuesday for the last year and a half. Thank you so much for coming here and hanging out with me every Tuesday, or even just periodically on Tuesdays. Thanks to all of the people who have allowed me to take over their accounts and mess around and give them advice. Thanks to those people who have shouted out at me with all caps and tons of emojis in the chat to tell me I'm wrong about stuff. And thanks to all those people who are here wishing me happy birthday. I really, really appreciate all the support that you guys give the channel, give me directly, whether that's through subscriptions or showing up to the live streams or chatting or upvoting my videos or being a member or, donating or doing a talk to text or talk to text to speech. That's what it's called. Or any of those things. All of those things support the channel, support me trying to make this a full-time job. And I hope that you found it pleasurable. I hope you found it informative. I hope you've had a good time. Remember that all of the live streams are still on the channel. You can go back through the entire Takeover Tuesday library if you want to. We've got something like 70 of them. So go ahead and watch them, enjoy them again for a second time or for a first time if you're new to the channel and you haven't seen them before. But yeah, it's been really fun, and I'm sad to see it go, and maybe we'll be able to bring it back one day, but for now, we are moving on to hopefully bigger and better things. Thank you. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. Benny Hill. I still have that music in my head all the time. I can't. It's like, how can you not have that song permanently in your head? I didn't get it. You know, Benny Hill, like, I didn't get it when I was a kid because I was little. I didn't understand, you know, how misogynistic it was. It was just like, he made silly faces, there were pretty girls, and there was funny music. Like, that's all I cared about. I was like 5, you know, or 6. So like, eventually I realized, like, looking back on it now, I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of see. But all right. Yeah, OG, I had my first kid at 49. First kid. Congratulations, QQ. Seriously, Q. That is too funny. I cannot believe it's you, Q. That's so perfect. That is so perfect that my final Takeover Tuesday winner is Q, who is one of our clan leaders, by the way. Yeah, and I've been doing takeovers with Q for a while now, but he pays for them, and now he finally wins a free one. Oh, that is too good. Do you want to do your main account, Q, or do you want to do one of your alt accounts? Be quick, be quick. We got like 40 minutes. Yeah, and just so you know, I will try to continue live streaming when I can. It will probably just be periodically, and I won't necessarily always announce them ahead of time. I'm just going to go ahead and just, you know, today I've got some time for a live stream. I've got a topic that I want to do, so I'm going to live stream. I like hanging out and talking to you folks. That's the best part of it for me. The Takeover Tuesday, like, it evolved. If you go back and you look at the first 4 or 5 months, maybe 6 months of Takeover Tuesdays, I really didn't talk that much to the chat. Like, I talked a lot because I talk a lot when I do takeovers, but basically I let the chat be its own thing, and I just did the takeover and talked about the takeover. But I learned to interact with the chat a little bit more. I'm still working on it. It's still something I'm building up. But when I do other kinds of live streams, I get more time to talk to people in chat, especially if I'm live streaming my account, right? Because I can just put a lot of stuff on auto, and while it's running, we just have a conversation and we hang out. I like those kinds of live streams. Don't get me wrong, I like takeover live streams too, because I like helping people. But I like just being able to do a chill live stream, just a hangout live stream. That's fun. It feels like I'm just hanging out with a bunch of my gamer friends. We're just playing Raid. Like, I don't know anybody in real life who plays Raid other than my editor, whose name is Sun. And I met him through playing games. So, all right, let me swap over here for Q. Q, what are we working on today, buddy? Let me get you in the. You already have all the roles, so you should be able to join me in the. I think you have all the roles, don't you? Well, now you do. So you can just join me in the coaching voice when you're ready. All right. Oh, I already have your login. Why am I? Welcome. Welcome. This is a different channel we're hanging out in than normally, and you can't talk this time. Fire Knight Hard. Okay. Let's work on Fire Knight Hard one. Got King Arthur running in the background. Oh, we're looking at Marius missions. Fire Knight Hard mode. We want full auto Fire Knight Hard mode. Okay, let's see if we can do that. So let's look at Q's account, level 98. We're working on Cleopteryx, so not quite a year old. And, oh, we could look at the roster. We got a good roster here. We got a good roster. We got a spender roster here. 102 60s, or 6 stars. Okay. So, oh, we've got our Neldor, so that's important. Let's see. Do we have... We've got an ally attacker here. We've got an ally attacker there. Okay. Okay. We got Lazarius. All right, let's see what we've got going on. Fire Knight Hard Mode 5. Team's not working? I think we came up with this team together, didn't we? It struggles with hard fight. Well, there's an affinity issue with Neldor and Glycad. All right, so there is a team setup. Let's look at the team setup. Fire Knight Hard 5. This is different. That's not this team. This is Fire Knight Hard 3. Okay. So let's look at the speeds. 231 is on the slow side. 201 is definitely on the slow side. 237. So it's probably just a speed issue. Yeah, right? All right, so I think Glycad just needs to be faster, and Mikage definitely needs to be faster. Now, Glycad gives a turn meter fill of 15%, but that's... And then Cryodan gives 30% plus... I'm sorry, 30% increased speed plus a turn meter fill of 15%. So that helps, but it's probably just not... It's just a speed issue, is my guess. And Lady Mikage is even more of an issue than Glycad at the moment. Ferric in the Fat is probably fast enough for this stage. Are either of these champions speed tuned for anything else, Q? I kind of forget. So Mikage just has a straight up ally attack, which works with everybody. She also has an ally attack on her A1 for a Shadowkin faction ally. So you may be confusing that with this. This is just a straight up classic ally attack, and it's one of the best in the game. Some people say it's the best in the game. I disagree. I think it's now the third best in the game because we just got a new ally attacker who's absolutely insane. Okay, so they're not speed tuned for anything. So I think we just need a quick rebuild on Glycat and Lady Bakage. So let's go check that out, see if we can do that. Let's start here. HP boots. HP percentage boots. So we'll do that. We'll just swap that if we can find some speed boots. Now the question is, what set currently running a 7-piece pinpoint? So we really need pinpoint. We really need pinpoint speed boot. You got the. Those are our only. We've only got 2 of them. Those are beautiful, but we're not going to steal them from him. So we've got this option. Is Venomage soloing anything at the moment? Is she like built to solo? Okay, so we can steal from Venomage. Okay. So let's now just look at pinpoint again. We've got that one. We've got this one. Both work. That gives us a 9-piece pinpoint set, which is kind of crazy. Interset stat, like that's not bad for arena. You know, you might want this on somebody else. We don't necessarily need it to be on Lady Mikage, but since we're doing a quick takeover, we're gonna roll these up and see if we get some speed on them. I don't mind the resistance. Resistance is okay, but I want a speed roll. Give me one speed roll. Yeah, mother. All right, let's got to give me some speed rolls here. That's highly disappointing. All right, well, let's look at what we actually got here. So let's look at these righteous pieces. That's 11 speed. That's 11 speed plus the 10% speed. Not bad. I mean, that would give us 5 more speed. I want her faster than this. I think I'm tempted to drop back down to a 6-piece. Actually, we've got 3 accessories here. Let's look at the accessories for a second. Let's look at what accessories we have. So this is crit damage with crit damage and accuracy. That's really nice for a damage dealer. This is accuracy without speed. What about feral? What do we have in feral? That would be a pretty good piece. What if we went down to a 5? If we did this, and I'll just say this for now. And then over here, that's a beauty. You were running her at 100% crit. Maybe that's why you were running the crit damage amulet. You doing that for arena? Okay. So it was just a thing. Okay. Let's see if we can roll some speed here. That's so ugly. That extra crit damage. If we kept the crit, if we kept the crit rate and crit damage, that wouldn't be bad. But now I'm angry. No, I'm kind of angry. No, we don't have it. Okay. Where's this? It didn't roll well, right? This piece. There's that piece. You're wearing crit rate gloves that don't have speed on them. Okay. Yeah. That's an insanely good piece. Wow. All right, 277 speed, 517 accuracy. It's actually more accuracy than we need. I'm starting to think about whether we want the feral pieces or we should go to like regular pieces. We lose the 5% speed though, so kind of thinking we'll just stick with it.
That's nice. Those rolled well. I mean, I'd still love accuracy here. HP's okay. Resistance is okay. Just stay away from that attack, and we're good. Yeah, so if we look at this, it's like we picked up accuracy, we picked up a ton of speed, we picked up defense, we lost some HP. It's a significant amount of HP. We'll get a little bit of that back once we glyph everything, and I mean, we could always swap to, like, we could swap this out and get HP back if we needed to. This is just for now. It's kind of a temporary thing. It's $1 million to equip, $1 million silver to equip this. Do you have a coupon? So we can do this, and we'll do both champions right now. Okay, you have coupons. Yes, I want to activate the free gear while I'm spending $1 million silver to do that. Okay, so let's just do that for now. So 277 is much, much better. Now let's go ahead and take a look at who was the second champion we were rebuilding. It was Glycad, I think. Okay. All right, so having him in reflex might make it trickier. Let's just take a look at his kit for a second. So the freeze, we need the accuracy for. And he's a little low on the accuracy, but he has an increased accuracy buff. So I think we're fine. So we could actually probably ditch a little bit of the accuracy if we had to. But we want more speed. We need more speed. That's a nice speed glove. That's going to be tough to replace. That doesn't have a glyph. That doesn't have a glyph either. It doesn't have a glyph either. Also doesn't have a ton of speed on this piece or this piece. All right, so let's see what we can do with reflex here. We want to stay in reflex. Let's see what has speed on it. Speed and accuracy would do well. Speed. Okay. So this is what we've got. We've got 11 accuracy with 8 speed. Here we have 8 speed with 28 accuracy. Okay. Like I said, I think we can give away a little bit of the accuracy. We'll probably keep the chess piece because it's an accuracy chess piece, unless we swap to perception for the chess piece. Like we could do this chess piece, right, which is still accuracy, still 6 stars. But then we could potentially replace this weapon, which is okay on speed and accuracy. It's 10 and 20, but we have this one, which could potentially roll better. So let's roll this up a little bit. Now give me speed. All right, now give me speed again. That's still a tiny bit better. We did that. And then how much speed did this roll? This didn't roll speed. So if this rolls speed, then we're going to end up faster. But we have to roll speed because it actually starts 1 point lower. Oh, come on. All right, so that'll give us a little speed. And that would give us a little speed. I mean, the other option would be to go with a 6-star speed boot. How much accuracy would we give away? 11 accuracy on the helmet. Again, it's not glyph though. And then this is 828. So let's roll this one up. We could get, well, we might be able to get better. That's 9. That's already better. 14. Give me double accuracy now. Ooh, triple. Taking it all the way. Quad roll. Come on. Quad roll. It's kind of a crappy quad roll, but it's still always nice to get a quad roll. 1,000 tournament points for our quad roll, and then we'll go ahead and 5-star. Hit the 5. Yes, and it hits the 5 on the first try. Wow. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. All right, I will take that.
So we'll go ahead and put that one on. And now we're at 257. And we can get our accuracy back here. Let's go ahead and ascend that one. I'll take the HP. I like the HP. Yeah. Okay, and now let's just see, what about boots? 6-star speed boots? That'll give us another 5. Let's ascend that, see if we hit speed. Defense. Let's just run this up to 12. And accuracy. Oh, nice. And speed. No. Still better accuracy, though, isn't it? This one's got 18. This one's got 28. It's got more defense, too, which I like. Run those all the way up. That. All right. And then let's glyph these out. You're looking good on glyphs these days. All right, we're almost there. I think we got a good improvement. This should do better on stage 5. In fact, it should do better all the way up. You should be able to do more. I don't know if this will get all the way to 10, because I run my Mikage at like 310 speed. I run my Cardiel at like 310 speed. So, you know, you may have to still push the speeds a little bit to get all the way there. Let's go ahead. That's a free equip, and we can glyph this one out. But this should be able to do this stage 5, and it'll do stage 6. Oh, nice, Q. That's great. All right. Oh, I didn't do the do I need to do the swap here? Maybe I negated that swap. I don't even remember now. Okay. But this is at 267, so that looks pretty good. Now the question is, will Farrakhan the Fat get his ally attack off in time? So that really comes down to probably the turn meter fill. So we'll have to look at the team setup here. So for round 2, all right, so I think what we want to do is we want to open with this one and then not. And then for her, we're holding on to same thing. For him, same thing with the ally attack. Yep. Yep. Okay, and then for this, we had this opening because of the slow, so it depends on whether or not the shield is broken. We may have to switch to this. But based on the speed, he is 3rd in the turn order. So we'll have an ally attack, but he doesn't go before the second ally attacker. So my guess is what we should do is actually open with this and then prioritize this. No, we can't prioritize it. We got to do default. Normally what we would want to do is we'd want to only A1. He's going to open here. Okay, so I think he has to not use that after he opens with it, because we want the freezes. Each hit has a chance to freeze. This is not booked, it looks like. Okay, so he's not booked yet. You're waiting to book him, you said. Yeah, okay. All right, so 2 times 45% chance. So your chance of
your chance of hitting twice is about 17%. Your chance of missing is about 30%. No, it's a little bit less. Like 20, whatever, 27%. Whereas on this one, what's the chance of missing the entire time? Chance of missing the entire time is 27 over 64, right? What's 27 over 64? It's a little bit less than half. So I think this is a better. Yeah, I think we'll leave it on. Okay. My brain's too tired to do that math. And the question is, do we open with this? Yes, we do. Okay. Let's see if it works. Oh, it's true. It is CVC, so I could book them. Yeah, we'll book Cryodan. Yeah, so we're going to have a little bit of an affinity issue here at stage 5 simply because Cryodan and Glycad are and Mikage, although she doesn't matter, are all weak affinity. And it could be an issue with the waves, right? Because Cryodan is actually a lot of the crowd control for the waves because he slows them and freezes them. So Cryodan is going to have to make that up. I'm sorry, Neldor. Neldor, not Cryodan. Neldor is weak affinity, and he's the one with the slow. Cryodan has the freeze, though. So hopefully we'll get through just fine, but I imagine there's a little bit of RNG here that might impact potentially even the success of the run, but definitely the speed of it. And, there's a whole thing we can do with Mikage if we need to transform her during the waves so that she provides a little bit of additional control with her stun. But yeah, we'll book out Cryodan because that will increase the chances of success, I think. So if you are struggling on Fire Knight hard mode, there are a couple of things. So this is sort of the standard approach, which is using multi-hitters, ally attackers, and freezers in order to do the same thing to the boss that you do in normal mode, which is break his shield and then turn meter control him so he basically never goes. Instead of turn meter control directly, you have to use freezes to turn meter control the boss. So you still have to break the shield, but the shield is so big that you need ally attackers to break the shield in one turn. So you need a lot of multi-hits, and you need ally attackers to activate those multi-hits multiple times. So Farrakhan the Fat and Lady Mikage are great because one's an epic and one's a free mythical, but you can use any ally attackers. My personal favorite is Cardiel because I've had him forever and he's my favorite champion. But you could absolutely use like Lanathril from the High Elves. You could use what's the bull looking dude from the Skinwalkers. So there are other ally attackers that you can use. You can use Creela or whoever you have. Like Morag probably wouldn't be as good because she only brings 2 allies. You really want full ally attacks as much as you can get. Farrakhan the Fat is actually like he doesn't attack during his ally attack, which is one little downside to him, but it's not a huge deal. Not a huge. So yeah. And basically what you want is you want your 2 ally attackers to go first. We're not getting that here. Our second ally attacker is a bit slow. Farrakhan is a little bit slow, so. But we should break the shield just fine. And we'll get some of those freezes onto the boss right away. So Glycad, Neldor, and Cryodan all have freezes on the A1. Q and I actually theory crafted this on a previous takeover that he paid for, by the way. So wasn't a free takeover. So he's never won a free takeover. I'm happy that he did. But when you have an ally attack, the team attacks in the team order. So leader goes first and then it goes down the line. And so
you want your allies who have the freezes on their A1 at the back of the line so that when the shield comes down, they can actually turn meter control. Unfortunately, we didn't get the slow on this guy, and so he put the shield up. And that's the affinity issue, right? Neldor weak hit on the slow, and that is why this is going to fail. So that's unfortunate. Let's look at Neldor for a second. Yeah, he's fine. But I think ooh, just in case. You never know. Oh, the blessing. Yeah, you could potentially change the blessing. I just want to check the setup for a second. He's opening with this, but then he should prioritize this next. It's also not 100% chance. It's not maxed out. We really need that slow, and he's not fully booked and it's weak affinity. So yeah, we're gonna struggle a little bit. I think you're going to fail, you're gonna have a fail rate. I don't think this team would be 100%. Now there are other ways to go about it. We could build a team specifically for this affinity that would be more defensive, and would use like a reflect damage or a counterattack in order to break the shield and then just survive the boss. Let's just real quickly look if you have who do you have as a counterattack champion? You've got 2 Strategos Islins. Okay. You've got Martyr and you've got Wixwell. Martyr would definitely do the job. So we can potentially talk about that, but I've got to be done in like 10 minutes, so. Thor has a slow, yes, but Thor doesn't give us any turn meter control. He gives us a little bit better wave control. Thor is strong affinity, though. You're right. But let's go ahead and it's CVC, so let's go ahead and book some champions. Let's see how many books we have. We got 51 epic tomes. So do you mind if I just book these guys both out? It looks like 4 books here. We want all 4. All right, so we're going to max out these books. Nice 4,000 points there. And then Cry It In. We need all the books. So 10 books there. 10,000 points. All right. And then we were talking about the blessing. So Neldor's got a 6-star blessing. And he's +4. That's so much fun. Ooh, he doesn't have a relic either. Okay, so his blessing is Phantom Touch, so it's going to be 100% chance to land an extra hit. So that's actually going to break the shield more quickly, so that's better. So I would probably go with that specifically for Fire Knight, just because that's going to help him break the shield. What might... Yeah, the relics aren't critical. But what we might want to do is change the team order. Because if he's more likely to break the shield... Honestly, I forget that. I'm gonna rebuild Ferric the Fat real quick, if I can. He's in Relentless. That's kind of cool. He's not glyphed at all. Let's see if we can... Oh, Nice. All right, so that was beautiful. So 246. Got 4 pieces. But he's just not glyphed. How fast do we need to get him to be ahead of Neldor and Cryodan? Neldor is 250. Cryodan is 243. We need to get to 251. It would help to be faster than Glycap. That's not going to happen because he's at like 270 now or whatever. So let's go. We can just glyph. We'll just glyph a few speed glyphs. This is worth a 5. It's a 4-star pinpoint. Let's see if you've got a better pinpoint. Wow, it's like quad rolls are nothing today, huh? That's just where we land. I don't want to drop his accuracy that much. I guess. I should have checked that first. But okay, so that's fine. We're just going to go ahead and skip that in terms of glyph. This is worth a big glyph, but for now, we'll do a 4-star. Come on. Give me... That hurt. I did not enjoy that. All right, 254. That's good enough. All right, so now let's just go ahead and this. I just want to check this. Open, don't use, open, don't use. This is open, don't use, open, don't use, open, don't use. So let's go ahead and pull these 2 guys. And go in reverse order. Actually, does it even matter? No, I think we want to keep it in the same order now that I think of it. Yeah, I'm going to keep it in the same order. Never mind. So, opener, don't use. Opener, don't use. And then here, I don't think we need, do we need a turn meter fill? We might need a turn meter fill. I'm just going to let that go. Let's see. Opener, don't use. Opener, don't use. And then here, I think we need to open this way and don't use that. Okay. Let's try it out. See if that helped. And it's good because I got just enough time. Just enough time left. Just enough time left. Yeah, and the other thing, Darren, I was thinking about the 100% on the Phantom Touch, and then if I put him in front, we get an extra hit with Neldor that could freeze. The problem is that I think Neldor might not get a chance to freeze anyway. I'm sorry, Cryodan might not get a chance to freeze anyway. So it would actually give Neldor an extra chance to freeze because he'll break it 1 turn early. Son, I don't know if anybody said you could talk, man. What are you doing? Trolling from the shadows.
If you don't know my editor, whose name is Sun, he's here in chat. His name is Sun. And if you don't know that meme, how are you doing here? I don't know, Q. Sunday. Sunday's a no-go for takeovers. Most other days are. I'm honestly thinking about changing my schedule so that paid takeovers all happen on Saturday. I'll just do like 12 hours of paid takeovers. I kind of feel like that's what I should do because constantly trying to schedule different days is tough. But maybe, just to leave a weekday open, I'll do like Wednesdays and Sundays or something. Or Wednesdays and Saturdays, rather. So this worked better, huh? Got the slow out there. I don't think I can. I think I'm on vacation. I will have to get back to you on that. I gotta look. Yeah, I'm on vacation. So I can't do that week. So there we go. 205 turns, 4 minutes, 41 seconds. Full auto, which I think you have to do them on full auto, right? Yeah. You could also do higher, which actually might be better. So let's see if we can push the next stage because the next stage is 6, which is affinity friendly. We'll see if this works on stage 6, and then you can just do stage 6. It might have a lower fail rate. It's faster, but I think our speeds are okay. Red is just AI. Just know I'm always there. And then Charles Webble says, son, I'm actually bothered how reassured I feel about that. Yeah, now son's in his 30s and I'm going to be in my 50s. Oh man, I really do feel like his dad. I mean, I'm assuming your dad is in his 60s though, son. Huh? Maybe not. Maybe your dad's like 2 years older than I am. I don't know. All right, looks like this is going to work too. He's in his 60s. All right, cool. Well, listen, this is it. This is the last moment of the final Takeover Tuesday live stream. We did a good almost 5 hours today, so it was a nice long live stream. I was hoping to get a longer live stream in today just to celebrate. We did 3 takeovers. We ended with my buddy Q. It's great to work with clanmates and give them takeovers. Paid takeover services will resume in the near future. I know people have reached out, and I just have been so overwhelmed with life stuff that it just hasn't happened. So I will try to get back to everybody when I can, but I am on holiday next week. Not for the whole week. I'm just gone for 4 days, but my family, we're taking a little bit of a break. We live up in the colder regions and we're going down. We're going to be near Sun, actually. Not that close, but we're going to be in his neck of the woods. So maybe we'll actually get to hang out. I don't know. We'll have to talk about that, Son. I could give you a day pass from the cupboard. But anyway, but yeah, that's it. That's it for Takeover Tuesday. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you enjoy the content. I hope you go back and watch the old live streams and relive them and enjoy them and have fun. I know it's more fun to talk and chat, but for some people, it's just fun to listen. Fun to listen and watch and learn. So that's it. That is it for it. That's all. That's all. Let's finish this Fire Night and call it a live stream. Cole Red and Sun are going to hit spring break. No, I didn't even think of that. It is kind of spring break time frame, isn't it? A little bit early. Yeah, 3 minutes and 33 seconds. So this is actually faster, fewer turns. That's a pretty bad one, but yeah, whatever. So that's it, Q. Hopefully this will allow you to full auto this and keep on with your Marius missions. Thanks to all 3 of my takeover winners today. I always appreciate the gesture of trust, I believe it is, to hand over your account to somebody, a stranger that you don't even know, who could totally mess it up. But hopefully I helped you all out today. Keep me updated if you have questions. Shoot me some DMs. Let me know how the takeover has progressed with you. Hopefully it's helped. That's it, folks. Been a great series. I'm so reluctant to actually click off the button and end the live stream because it's the last one. But I gotta go. My family awaits. So once again, thank you so much. I love you all. I will see you soon.